You can now begin.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the State Advisory Council for Exceptional Children meeting. I hope everyone is well and your families are well in this unprecedented time. What I wanted to make a couple of announcements this morning before we begin. This is being videotaped and broadcast, so others around the state are able to participate, perhaps maybe even more than we typically get. So I wanted to let everyone know that. I also wanted to be sure that everyone knew that we must have our video on, but we would ask that you mute the audio, mute your voice, and except for times when you wish to speak. And that will kind of help with feedback issues and things like that. Another thing is in this mode of having our meeting, it might be a little difficult to see when folks are needing breaks. So I would ask that you communicate with me and let me know. This takes a lot of energy, and I just want you guys to communicate with me when you need breaks. Please let me know if you need. When we will also ask when you do speak that you state your name. Taking notes will be a little bit tougher, I'm sure, for Brandy during this in this way. So if we state our names for her, so that she knows when an action is taken, who has said and who has brought that up, and who has made some type of motion or movement on that. Anything else that I need to go through technology-wise, or we'll go straight to our roll call if that's good with everyone. I'm going to read a list, and I read down our list, and I would ask that each person, when your name is called, that you actually unmute your mic and speak to us and tell us about who you're representing, so that those who aren't typically at the meetings will know where you're from and who you're representing. So, Anita, you're first up. Anita Dowd.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I'm Anita Dowd, and I represent individuals with disabilities.
Thank you. Julie Rubemeyer. Anna Light. Eric Umstead.
Hi, I'm Eric Umstead. I represent post-secondary institutions, and I teach at Murray State University.
Thank you. Libby Settles.
Good morning. I'm Libby Settles. I'm the Executive Director of Wilderness Trace Child Development Center, and also have a son with special needs.
Jessica Duenas. Sorry, I always do that. Mess up your last name.
Hi, everyone. Jessica Duenas, and I am representing middle and secondary schools as a special education teacher. I am at the W.E.B. Du Bois Academy here in Louisville, Kentucky, Jefferson County Public Schools.
Amber Barnes. Melissa Knight. Amy Folker.
Hi, I'm Amy Folker. I'm in Frankfurt, and I represent parents with kids with learning disabilities.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Hutchison, and I live in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and work at Western Kentucky University, and I represent parents of children with disabilities. I have a 24-year-old son who has multiple disabilities. Tricia Gibbons. Danny Hughes. I know Danny has been with us this morning. I'm not sure if he's back with us yet. We were having some technological difficulties. We'll come back to Danny. Brandy Hitzelberger.
Hi, I'm Brandy Hitzelberger, and I have 2 exceptional children, and I live in Louisville, Kentucky.
Thank you. Kim Chevalier.
Good morning. I'm Kim Chevalier. I'm the Chief of Exceptional Child Education at Jefferson County Schools, and I represent public schools.
Thank you. Raymond DeBolt. Ravon Sims.
Good morning. I'm Ravon Sims. I'm the director of our education division for the Kentucky Department of Corrections, and I represent adult institutions. I also represent parents with a child with exceptional needs.
Greta Hilton.
Good morning. I'm Greta Hilton, and I am with the Office of Special Education and Early Learning at the Department of Education. And my role on the council is to represent the financial component of the IDEA, as well as McKinney-Vento homeless youth.
Thank you. Barry Lee.
Hello, I'm Barry Lee, Director of Special Education in Casey County, and I represent community and business organizations concerned with individuals with disabilities, and also serve as past chair of the State Advisory Council.
Thank you. Brent Hutchinson.
Good morning. I'm Brent Hutchinson, former Executive Director of Heinemann Settlement School in Knott County, and I represent public charter and private schools.
Thank you. And Chris Johnson has resigned from the panel due to moving out of state. I thought I would let you guys know about that. Did I leave anyone? Did I miss anyone? Danny, are you able to join us? Danny Hughes?
And Lisa, this is Joe McCowan. Danny is on here, but Gina and I are helping to troubleshoot his video and audio.
Awesome. Okay. So I think that's everyone. I don't think I left anybody out. If I did, please stop me. Should you have questions or about anything, please just give us there's a tiny bit of lag time between when you have a question and when your camera kicks in. And so just provide a little bit. It might take a little bit longer than typical to answer or to ask a question. So please do. Don't let that stop you from stopping me or asking questions. What we need to do next is review our minutes from the last meeting. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to look at those minutes. Were there any revisions or corrections to the minutes? If there were no revisions or corrections, then we will approve those minutes. Does anyone have any objections to our approving the minutes as written?
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
I'll second. Barry Lee will second.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for stating your names too. That
Oh,
helps.
sorry, Eric.
Thank you. So the minutes are approved as written. Without any, if there are any mistakes or sorry, I should speak, they're approved as written because there were no changes in the minutes. Next, we have our Kentucky Department for Education update. And I guess our guiding question right now is kind of what is happening with the COVID-19 pandemic, and how is OSIL guiding and communicating with others and with school districts. And so that's kind of a guiding question that we have. I'm sure that a lot of us have on our minds. So shall I turn this over to you, Greta?
Sure. So I guess, in short, that was exactly what I was going to talk about during the KDE update, rather than do a complete PowerPoint of everything going on, and really just open up the floor for conversation. As you know, on March 13th, that was really the day that we sorry, I was getting a pop-up. I got distracted for a moment. That was actually the day when we had the call with all superintendents, with the executive leadership team, and all local school superintendents across the state voluntarily went into at least 2 weeks of non-traditional instruction. And following that time, just a short summary, the governor has actually had calls with all superintendents and the KDE executive leadership team every couple of weeks. And as you know, and as everyone in the state knows, NTI has been extended currently throughout the remainder of the school year. A couple of things that we did initially in the Office of Special Education and Early Learning, obviously because we knew our students with disabilities as well as preschool students, could possibly be some of the students who struggled the most through this alternate form of learning. So we, within that first week, we had a Teams meeting with all local directors of special education, which was actually the very first time that we had engaged in anything that large through the Teams platform, because that all happened just before we went to NTI, and really just opened the floor for questions and answers. Our special education cooperatives sought questions from local directors, and my team and I got on that call with, it was like 175-ish special education administrators, and really just opened up with, here are the questions and here are the answers as we know. One of the things that I also did was I reached out to Laurie Vanderplug, who is the OSEP director, to ensure that we were indeed on the right page with our thinking process before moving forward, and really felt like Kentucky was in a pretty good place with everything considered, because we did have the infrastructure of NTI. Granted, it was not statewide, because all districts hadn't chosen to participate in NTI prior to this, and it was for 10 days. So it wasn't designed for statewide face-to-face closures, and it wasn't designed for 40 or 50 days. And probably one of the most unique situations that helped my office be even more poised and understanding, if you will, is because we do oversee Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf. So we were going through this through two lenses. We were going through this through the lens of me as state director trying to help schools and districts transition into this NTI, as well as from an administrator standpoint, going through it ourselves to get our schools prepared and ready. And quite honestly, and I'll just be completely transparent and truthful, If anyone had asked me, did I believe that KSB and KSD would go to NTI ever, I would have said no. We prefer face-to-face, and that's what we're going to do. But I had no idea that we would be faced with a global pandemic in which we needed to think about the safety and health of our staff and students first and foremost. And so we did, and we did the things that I advised all other districts to do. Our staffs looked at IEPs and individualized instruction as much as possible, knowing that there were some gaps. There are some opportunity gaps out there. We know that some areas have more access to internet, for example, and some do not. And so we designed instruction as best we possibly could, knowing that there were some things that were beyond our control. And that's the question we've had from school districts is what happens if we can't provide services because of certain things that are just beyond the control of the local district. And the answer to that question that I've provided and also have followed up with OSEP to ensure that we're on the same page is that during this time, schools and districts are charged with providing an appropriate, comparable, alternate form of instruction. And probably the phrase that I've used most is something is better than nothing. We understand that there are going to be things that districts cannot do, and there are going to be services that some students are not going to be provided, but that doesn't mean that we give ourselves a pass as adults. It means that when we come out of this and we get back to face-to-face instruction, we don't shy away from compensatory services. We don't shy away from having those conversations with families and parents to say, these are the things that we didn't provide. I've advised all schools and districts to provide or to document all services provided as well as all services not provided, because that's key in determining then what is really owed to students coming back. And that's a tough charge, and it's a lot of documentation. I've advised to schools and districts right now is the time for just communicate, because even if it's something that schools and districts are unable to provide, talk to parents about that, talk to families, have those conversations, see if there's an alternate way of doing that. For example, one of the things that we've been asked repeatedly is what about students with significant behavior challenges in which they are relying upon their peers for that that one-to-one contact or social groups or things of that nature. And some of the things we've thought about is, think differently during this time. Are there siblings? Are there other people in the home that you could apply that same type of instruction with? Are there Zoom meetings that kids are having? Can you think outside the box? And if you just simply can't, then don't shy away from having those conversations around compensatory services in the fall or whenever we're back to school. We've really, I feel like my team's done a great job in working with schools and districts to say, folks, make a good faith effort, because that's really what it's about. It's really about making good faith effort, trying to keep everyone as safe and healthy as possible, but not sliding students on anything that they're entitled to. For example, in the and I'll just talk a little bit about a couple of things going on in the divisions. In the division of IDA monitoring and results, Sylvia Starkey initially withheld, and I supported this decision, but withheld some of the monitoring reports because it wasn't the time. It wasn't the time to be citing schools and districts for them to get, in a huddle and determine what do we do about this monitoring that we did, 3 or 4 weeks ago, because the world changed in an instant. We're getting ready to release those now that we're a few weeks in, but the first thing and the most important thing is to prioritize the needs of students today. What does that look like, rather than going back to where we were when we monitored? So while we're still exercising general supervision, she pressed pause, and it was the absolute right thing to do, and then we'll move forward now. Then in the division of IDA implementation in preschool, Veronica Sullivan has worked super closely with the special education regional cooperatives as well as the early childhood regional training centers, and she is providing weekly It's almost like topical burst webinars, and they have like a 30-minute live Teams meeting for all special education or preschool providers to say, folks, here's how you implement specially designed instruction during the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's how you progress monitor for our youngest learners. Here's the importance of staying on schedule. And those have been so well received. And I think Veronica informed me that there was typically around 200 staff, local staff on those calls. I apologize, my dog's fidgety, so I was getting a little distracted. There's about 200, working at home, right? And there's about 200 folks on those webinars, and the feedback has been great. And I mean, there's been some technology challenges, but the idea is really to push out as much information as we possibly can. And our regional providers are our boots on the ground. They're the conduit between the SEA and those local staff, and their worlds have changed too. So this has been it's really been an exciting opportunity in some instances for us to think outside the box and push the world into a new way of thinking. So, and then, other districts, for example, and Kim Chevalier's on, she's part of this meeting, but like Jefferson County, they paused for a moment and got things together for their students to do NTI because they hadn't done that in the past. And so they provided 6,000 hotspots for students to ensure equity across the districts. Some areas in Eastern Kentucky, where I'm from, we have seen local internet providers provide hotspots in parking lots and parks and things of that nature so that parents or students can drive there and access the internet from their cars if they don't have that ability at home. So anyway, those are just some big overarching ideas and things that we're doing, and I'm going to open up the floor for comments, questions. I'm sure there's plenty of things I'm leaving out. We, as an agency, we're having, weekly superintendent webcast. We had one that was focused on special education, and it was a joint superintendent / director of special education, and it lasted for 2 hours. And throughout the webcast, there were over 500 participants. And folks, I think that's a real testament to all the staff out there who are working so hard and trying to figure out how to navigate this new normal for students with disabilities. And again, the thing that we communicated on that call is that we are really all in this together. We understand that there's some need for flexibilities. We're not looking for, at least in Kentucky as a state, we're not looking for broad sweeping waivers of the IDEA. That's not what's best for students with disabilities. We want, and we will work with districts as much as we possibly can to provide flexibilities in certain timelines and procedural types of things. But the idea is to communicate, collaborate with parents and families, and then not shy away from any services owed when we get back to face-to-face instruction. So I'll stop there and then open the floor for conversations and questions.
I have a question, and really a comment and a question. First of all, I think that the work that you all have done is incredible, and so hats off, salute you for leading the way on these big issues. I guess my question is, this seems like something that may continue for us. This is a new way of life. We may go in and out of lockdown for a while. I'm curious what kind of plan there is in place to collect data from parents who are having to do things like go to a parking lot to get a hotspot so their kid can do their schoolwork. Are those things working? What's the efficacy for the processes we have in place now? And what sort of process are we going to undergo to evaluate that so that the next time this happens, we're really in a better place than we were this time?
I think that's a really good question. And first, I appreciate your feedback about the work that we're doing. But you're absolutely right. That's a huge question, and we will have to rely on schools and districts for some of this. And for example, I've had parents from KSB and KSD say that it's just a lot. It's a lot right now. If you have 4 or 5 people calling you every day, then it's almost overwhelming. And so we've thought about how we can do that differently and, have the case manager be a point of contact rather than every person, call every day. And those are things moving forward that I think admissions and release committees are going to have to address. And those are the kinds of guidance that we're looking at moving forward. We're looking also moving forward at providing guidance around the differences between extended school year versus compensatory education, because there's a lot of confusion around that right now, folks. And I've heard this in a lot of other states. Folks think that ESY is the remedy for this, and that's not at all the case. ESY is not the standard. It's recoupment and retention for skills already taught. If the skills haven't been taught and they were missed, that's compensatory education. The two can occur simultaneously, but they don't replace one another. But those are the types of conversations we have to have with ARCs or in ARCs, and I think that goes back to the point of contingency plans. We had not done a really good job of that in Kentucky, and I don't think anyone did across the nation. In talking with my colleagues, is in that, we could have built and should have probably built contingency plans in IEPs. So in the event something like this happened, each student would have the IEP that said, in the event of a global pandemic or in the event of, school-wide closures, then this is what my distance learning plan looks like. And here's what equity looks like. And here's what I can access versus what I can't access. But quite honestly, that's just not something that ever went through our minds because we've never been in this place before. But it's absolutely something going through everyone's mind now. And I've had this conversation with directors and leaders in my office, is that, how do we provide guidance for developing contingency plans? Because I think that's really the solution to the question. Because in Frankfort at the state, we're going to miss it. We're not going to know what a kid may or may not have access to in Fulton or in Pikeville, but those district leaders will. And so then we just need to be prepared to provide the guidance on how do you create those contingency plans and rely on those ARC meetings to create and implement.
Brent, this is Kim Chevalier. I just wanted to talk about what schools are going to be doing maybe in the future. And with the GEAR money and the ESSER money, I know a lot of districts are looking at technology and how that has affected the schools and the kids during NTI, and using some of that money towards beefing up their technology so they have opportunity and access. I think we spent some time, some of the school districts spent some time kind of catching up because of technology, and we weren't as prepared as we could have been. So I think that the money coming from one of those two funds might help school districts and up in the ante with technology, which might help will help in the future. So
I think that's great. I mean, I think both your responses make a ton of sense to me. I think it's one thing for administrators to be able to weigh in on these processes. I think it's another for parents and students to have some voice in it, considering that they're the ones that are having to become classroom teachers whenever they're working or whatever from home, or they're having to drive to a parking lot 20 minutes away so their kid can do work whenever that's really the last thing on their mind. And I completely get the need to do what we're doing, but at the same time, I really like the idea of having some alternative plans built into IEPs and school districts having just general plans for this as we go forward. So it makes a ton of sense to me to do what you're talking about, both of you.
The one thing I would like to also get is input from teachers and from the educator side and from the parent side. I think we need to gather data as we're moving through this to see what really the needs are. We think we know, but until you do a survey or really talk and gather information, we really don't know what the barrier was to families. We have a good idea, but until we hear from them, I would like to personally get more input from teachers and from families.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I think I agree with that. I think that we do think we know, but until we hear from them, that level of nuance that comes from parental feedback, I think enables us to really be not only meeting the needs that we think are out there, but really setting the mark, providing the cutting edge of what this looks like in the future. And I think this has implications far beyond a global shutdown because of a pandemic, in terms of educational delivery. And we have a lot to learn. And I think that it seems like we have great people in place to be able to make some of these decisions and really advise this going forward. But there are those links that I think are pretty vital, including parent and student feedback.
Absolutely. And to follow up on what Kim just shared, my team is also working with the broader agency team on providing guidance around that GEERS and ESSERS money, so that we hopefully don't miss some of those opportunities. I'm going to stop here and kick it over to Sylvia and Veronica, directors that are in my office, because they probably have a little bit more to share, and I certainly want you to have access to all the information, because your feedback, comments, the whole purpose of the advisory council is to advise us on unmet needs, and so I think these conversations and things like what Brent was sharing is hugely helpful to help us think through all the guidance and support that we need to provide to districts.
Greta, this is Jessica Duenas from representing secondary schools, teacher secondary schools. Before you go and switch, because I've been listening to the conversation, there are a couple quick suggestions that I just want to make as both an educator and advocating for the parents that I work with. In terms of the question, I think that Brent asked, like, how are parents supposed to kind of like collect data or sort of be informed about how to best support their students at home? When I look at an IEP, and especially like as we get more specific in writing goals so that we can accurately measure their efficacy and collect data correctly, the less I believe that parents are understanding what those goals are. So if it's like, given blank, little Johnny will do this at this % accuracy on this out of this many occurrences as measured by blank, this many times, that gets to be a lot. So I think in terms of contingency plans, I feel like there needs to be a more parent-friendly version of an IEP, or that should be communicated to families. The other part I think that both teachers and parents are really struggling with is it's not just access to technology, but the other key piece is understanding how to use the technology. I think that overall general ed teachers are pretty well versed in terms of like Google Classroom and what to put on and how to like access documents. But when we're talking about these things and modifying them for students with disabilities, I think that's a whole other ballgame that I think that we need to, going forward, like really target a lot of professional development across the state for that, as well as parent workshops, because I think that's been kind of like the biggest wall that a lot of families have been struggling with at home, and the teachers, at least like the ones that I'm communicating with. And, like I was talking to a friend who teaches in Cincinnati's schools, and they, because of the virus, they're going to adjust their schedules for the fall. And they're going to start with blended learning. So like some days, some of the students will be in the building while others are online, I think to kind of have fewer students in space. And so I'm assuming that this whole technological learning is not going to go away anytime soon. And it's not going to be like a privilege, it's going to be a necessity. So I really do feel like both educators and families really need to know how to best make it accessible for students with special needs. That's just what I wanted to say.
I think that's a great.
Oh, sorry, Greta.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's a great point. And I think the only, I guess, caution that I would have is it's a fine line, because you don't want to caution ARCs to have two IEPs, right? The IEP and then the parent-friendly IEP. The idea would be writing an IEP with parent involvement and parent feedback and discussing it so well in that meeting that everyone knows before they walk out of that room what the expectations are. And that should be happening whether we're in the midst of a global pandemic or whether we're just, business as usual. And so that's the only, I guess that's the only caution that I would take on how ARC should include those parents, because the IEP really, that's developed with that parent input. And so, maybe that's where we need to really look at it as, are we involving parents to the maximum extent? And if not, then how do we improve that communication?
This is Brandy speaking. I'd have to say KSB has done a great job with NTI and communicating, but as a parent, it is way overwhelming. And especially as a parent with 2 children and one that has multiple needs. And sorry, Alex is listening to science class. But I don't know how to take data. And it's hard to take data and sit with your child, keep them involved in class, and make sure they're doing what they, are supposed to be doing, and try to teach them. And so for me, data has gone out the window, because I just don't know how to do it. And I try to keep in touch with the teachers the best I can. But I get overwhelmed, like you said, Greta, with the emails constantly. And can you send me this? Can you send me that? Especially because I've got O&M, I've got OT, I've got PT, I've got speech. I've got a science teacher, a math teacher. I've got all these teachers emailing me, asking me to send videos of this. Can you send video of that? Have you done this documentation? And I'm like, no, I haven't. And so, I think I appreciate the work that they're doing, and we're trying our best. And so I think I just try to tell them, this is what we're doing, and I'll get to it when I can. But I just, I like the idea of having a contingency plan. And I think as far as goals, we try to break them down. They send me something, we break it down the best I can. I understand the goals. So that's not an issue for me, but taking the data part is just overwhelming, and getting, all the emails and calls. And finally, I told our dose, I can't get any more emails. I just can't. I'm so overwhelmed. I don't expect them, to do any more when we get back. It's just, this is just an exceptional time. So we're all just doing what we can.
That's a very good point. We are all doing what we can, and that's the thing that I've said so many times, is something is better than nothing. And that's not the it's not the standard IDA response, right? That something is better than nothing. But in this time of we're in a time of sickness and fear and anxiety, and it really is something we've never ever navigated. And as we adjust, it's important that we take care of our students' academic well-being, physical well-being, and emotional and mental well-being, and we can't forget that. And just because a student doesn't have a mental health goal or behavioral therapy or things like that doesn't mean that these kids aren't stressed right now. They are. I mean, and they're not just, all of us are stressed, and they aren't just not going to school to engage in academia. They're not going to school to see their friends and their social networks. And especially for adolescents, I mean, that is such an important part of development. And we have to pause and think about that as well. And that's what, we're just trying to be real. In OSEAL right now, we're trying to be as real as we possibly can. And I'll go ahead and tell, this council, there are going to be areas in which, next year we've always, we've prided ourselves, and we've shared with you guys on how we meet requirements, and we have for the past 5 years. There's going to be areas that we don't next year. I feel confident of that. We hope for some flexibilities, but folks, if it means we don't meet, but we save some kids along the way, that's okay. The rest of that's important to us. I'm not saying that, especially on a live recorded webcast, meeting, but it's important. But that's not the end all be all. We don't do special education for numbers. We do special education because of kids. And if we fail to forget why we're here and what we're doing, then we've completely missed the mark, and a meets requirement doesn't mean anything anyway. And that's what I'm trying to communicate with local directors along the way, and all of the staff in OSEAL, and all of the regional staffs that are working alongside us, and all local directors. Everybody's saying the same thing, and it's really about people becoming just real and getting through it and doing what we can.
Greta, this is Veronica. This is Veronica Sullivan, everyone, from KDE. I'm the director of the Division of IDEA Implementation in Preschool, and I'm listening to your suggestions, and I just want to say thank you for that. Like Greta said, we really have been, we're all learning together. We're all trying to provide support in the areas that we think are most needed. So I appreciate the feedback of the council around the parent side of things. I just want to mention a couple of resources that are available. Kentucky SPIN, which is our Parent Training and Information Center, they have been doing a phenomenal job with webcasts as well for parents in this non-traditional instructional time. So there's a resource there that if you know parents who are struggling with understanding their students' IEP, typically that's what Kentucky SPIN did anyway, but they've really engaged in helping parents through at-home support. So that's a resource that's available to parents. And then, you know, we really, when we've spoke about this before, we have now a parent and families consultant at the agency, but that's an area of growth for us. And this has sort of pushed the envelope for us to really start moving in that direction more so. Our early childhood regional training centers, Greta mentioned those webcasts that we're doing. Those webcasts have been framed around parent support, and they're very well received. And especially with little ones, with your preschoolers, you know, the parents are the key with that. But we really need to carry that over into K-12 as well. And we're learning and we're growing. And I'm going to take the feedback that I'm hearing from the council back as we're starting to develop more guidance moving through. But we really are trying to support everyone as much as we can. Progress monitoring was one of the topics of our webcast because, you know, on the teacher side, this was a new environment for them. But relying on the parents, you know, isn't necessarily the answer. We just have to think differently and learn. So we will continue to grow in that direction. And again, I appreciate the feedback from the council.
Thank you. Sylvia, did you have anything to add?
I think pretty much everything I was going to talk about, they've already talked about, but I did want to just kind of let you all know and kind of just piggyback off of what Greta was saying about compensatory education versus the ESY and how that's probably one of the biggest questions we're getting asked right now is what do we do about compensatory education? So we are working on getting some guidance out to the districts pretty quickly, as quickly as we're available to do to really delineate what are the differences between the two and how can you provide them, when is the best situation, how do you document that in an IEP, those kinds of things. So districts can expect for that to be coming here shortly.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the updates, but for all that you're doing. I know that this is just an unprecedented time. You couldn't have imagined that we'd be where we are right now. So thank you for all the things that you are doing to support our students who have unique needs, learning needs, and we appreciate all of your efforts.
Thank you, Lisa. This is Joe McCowan, and I just wanted to add this on to the Greta's update. One thing that we have found since this is an unprecedented time is that it's been really amazing to watch school districts jump in and be innovative and collaborate and come up with so many good new ideas. And so what we've done is as Greta's mentioned, we've partnered with co-ops to provide some support, but we have also created a special education weekly spotlight. And so we have selected a district weekly that co-ops have helped us identify in their region. And we are focusing on a different region each week to really highlight the district and what they're doing. And so we have found that districts have really responded well to that. And it's been very popular, and districts have started to send in all kinds of information about things they're doing. And so I think it's important as we talk about the support we're providing, but we also take a little bit of time to brag on our districts a little bit and spotlight the work that they're doing. And we've found that that's been received very well from districts. And so Greta, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, but we found that was a nice strategy to share.
Joe, I think that Greta had to jump onto another meeting, so she had to go to another call, and then she'll be right back.
Okay.
Yep.
we'll move on to our cooperative update. If that's, did anyone else have any other comments?
Lisa, this is Sylvia. As part of the KDE update, we were going to go through indicator 14 clarification as well. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, let me go ahead and get this presenting. Hold on just a second while I get the PowerPoint routed. It's loading.
This is Brandy speaking. Sylvia, what did you say you're going to do?
We're going to talk about clarification for indicator 14, and I'm going to go through all of what all that means because I know it's pretty foreign language. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so as part of the state performance plan and annual performance report is, if you guys remember back a couple of months ago when I think it was the last time we met in person, or maybe it was like around Christmas, maybe, we discussed setting targets for certain indicators, and we had kept them all the same for this year. So we are currently in a clarification period with the Office of Special Education and of Special Education Programs, which is the federal Department of Special Education. We've been talking to OSEP about what we need to do for the upcoming APR. So they looked at what we submitted them and gave us some comments back. So basically what happens during a clarification period is OSEP provides OSEAL with comments based on what we initially submitted. So we submitted back around February 1st was when it was due. I think we submitted a couple of days earlier than that. And then they look at it and they provide us with feedback before they issue us our final determinations. Kentucky is given, and every state is given, 2 weeks to clarify information that we had previously provided in our SPP-APR, which is the State Performance Plan and Annual Performance Report. We actually really appreciate this opportunity because sometimes one or two words, or we might have needed to do one little tweak that will change our determinations from needs assistance to meets. And so we always are looking for that meets, and we really want to do the best that we can for students. So we always appreciate the clarification period where they say, hey, have you thought about this? Can you talk about different things? One of the comments we got this year was about indicator 14. So before I gave you the comment that they said back, I thought it might be important for us to really talk about what is indicator 14. So indicator 14 looks at secondary transition. And so it's the percentage of youth with IEPs that are no longer in school who are one of three things. There's 14A, 14B, and 14C. 14A talks about students who are enrolled, the percentage of youth with IEPs who are enrolled in higher education, who are competitively employed, and then C is enrolled in some other post-secondary education training program or other employment. And that is within 1 year of leaving school. Some people hear this referred to as the yo-yo survey. So if you've ever heard of the youth 1 year out survey, that's the same thing. So that's what this survey goes over, is that. So here's the comment we got from OSEP, and I just copied and pasted it just exactly as it said. So they said that we provided targets for the indicators and that they accepted those targets. And then they talked about how we changed our definition of competitive employment to option 2 to align with the term competitive integrative employment and its definition which is found in the Rehabilitation Act, and it's also amended by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. So then they go back and they say the state must revise baseline and provide FFY 2019 targets to reflect improvement for the indicator. So that's really important for us to remember, because that's exactly what we have to do. So we need to, today what we need to do is to revise baseline and then provide new targets that reflect improvement, because what we had shown before was for a different definition. To be really clear, there were two options for competitive employment. One of them was optional. Option 2 was optional this year. KDE chose to go ahead and go with it because it's going to be mandatory next year. So it was better for us to just kind of get ahead of the game, go ahead and be able to provide a baseline for that indicator. So I'll show you what our data looks like historically, and then we'll talk about what we think would be good targets for each one. And then I'll pause kind of after each A, B, and C to make sure that there's no discussion or that anybody has anything they'd like to talk about. The best way to explain the change will be when we get to 14B. I'll explain what does that competitively employment change look like? So if you look at the data here, you can see that we have it going back all the way to 2013. When you look at this, the old baseline for this indicator was actually set in 2009, and the data that year was at 23.9%. So that means in 2009, 23.9 students who graduated and who were 1 year out from graduation were had been enrolled in higher education. As you can see, that target has remained the same at 25.5 over time. And so when we look at this, and of course it's not gonna populate. Sorry, I'm looking at mine on another screen and it is populating. Let me see if I can pull up a different screen. Hang on, let me just take this off really quick and put on what's on the other screen, because for some reason this one's not working. I'm gonna share this one instead. Okay, hold on just a second. Sorry about that. I don't know why I was showing a different one.
No worries. This is Joe McCowan, and we just want to remind that Brandy is taking notes too. If you have anything to add, just make sure and let Brandy know. Thanks.
Yeah. So I've got, I'm sorry, I've got a different, I don't know, it must have been an old draft, but it's supposed to populate this data from this school year. So when we think about our 2019 target, which would be next year's target, we want to determine baseline based on what this year's data is. So when we look at the data, the new baseline, and if you remember that data that year in 2009 was at 23.9, our new baseline would be set right now at 16.98% based on the year of data that we have available. So that's what we're proposing we move to. We just set the baseline set on whatever the current data is, and then we make the target from there. When we look at targets, we're proposing that we keep the target at 25.5%. And when we looked at that, the justification for that was that if you look historically across this indicator, you'll see that the target has not changed from 25.5%, and that 25.5% does reflect improvement for that indicator. And so that was the reason we proposed that particular target. Does anybody have discussion about that before we move on to the next one? I'll switch back to the PowerPoint.
This is Lisa. What is our timeline for this to meet this target?
It would be, so we would set the target at 25.5% for next year. Okay. And then we would continually try to improve to get to that.
So 16.
So it's only a 1 year target.
Okay, so 16.98 is our current baseline.
Yes.
And we're shooting for 25.5 for next year.
Yeah, and one of the things we talked about is we just didn't want to lower that, because we felt like we didn't want to lower the expectation just because the data was lower. So that was one of the reasons that we just thought historically it stayed the same. So probably the best idea here would be to keep that the same. Okay. Does anybody else have questions about 14A?
Do we know what this is Eric. Do we know what the gen ed data is? So what
I don't have it in front of me, but I can get it.
I was just curious as to what the gen ed data was, and how we established 25.5. I'm guessing the 25.5 came from what you were saying was 23 at some point, and then
23.9 when they set the original baseline. And so I think they decided that the council decided back then that they, and along with KDE, that 25.5 was a reasonable amount of progress in that amount of time. Typically when you set APR data, next year when we do it, we'll set targets for 6 years. So we'll set those targets across time, and they typically will increase year by year. But for us doing it for a 1 year fix, we felt like it was prudent to keep it the same and not change too much, since we know that historically that was what we were planning on doing, and that really is where we'd like to be. So we'd rather keep it, we'd rather kind of shoot high because we think it's important that students are able to enroll in higher education or be competitively employed. We didn't want to lower the standard to have worse outcomes for students with disabilities.
Sure, that's understandable.
So if there's not any more questions, I'll go on to 14B.
Thanks.
It's not going to click. There it goes. Okay, so 14B talks about competitive employment, and this is where that definition of competitive employment changed. Our old baseline, again, was set in 2009, and back that year, the data was at 51.7% that year. If you look at this, you'll see that we're pretty close to meeting the target from 2018 at 54.23%. So that would become our new baseline, since that's when we changed the target. The reason we're changing our target is because if we're looking at a new definition, then it wouldn't make sense to measure things in the same way we did it before. And so when that changed, KDE chose option 2. And again, that was optional this year, but it will be required next year. There were 4 new items added to the yo-yo survey that were related to employment in order to align with the WIOA definition. They're related to inclusive work environments, comparable wages and benefits, and comparable opportunities for an advancement. And any respondent answering in the negative to any of those items couldn't be considered to be competitively employed. And so that would change our rate for competitive employment. And that would show why there was a little bit of a drop from last year. If you see there was a drop from 2017 to 2018, that's because of the definition change. So we thought that that was, appropriate for us to set a new baseline and say, okay, look, we're working from a new definition now with new standards. So we're going to set a new baseline at 54.23%, and we again decided to keep the target the same this year, or that's our proposal at least, because we felt like we were already meeting it the year before. If you look at the data from 2017, you'll see that it was higher than the 56% that would have been required. So we thought it was prudent that even though we changed the definition to say, we really were looking for a 56% target. So we want to get back to that 56% that we were at. And then we can set more aggressive targets next year if we felt like we wanted to see that continue to improve. Are there any questions about 14B? No? Okay. So 14C is where we're going to see the biggest change in how we're doing things. So if you look at 14C talks about other post-secondary things. So you'll see that that indicator we've historically kind of improved over time, I think with the exception of 2016, but you'll see this year we actually increased from last year. And if you look at the target from last year at that 66.7%, you'll see we're already meeting that goal. And so it wouldn't be appropriate for us to continue to set a target that's lower than what we're already doing. So the new baseline would set at 69.76% in the 2018 year. So we'll set 2018 as our baseline. And then the target that we're proposing is a 69.96% target. If you look at the targets historically across time, what you'll see is the target increases by 0.2% annually from the baseline data. So back in 2009, if you looked up, the data was at 60.9%. And so they went up 0.2 every year after that in the plan. And so if we were to take that new baseline of 69.76% and add a 2.2 increase, that would put us at 69.96%, which we felt like was appropriate and would show improvement. Because like if we remember back to the comment, OSEP is requiring for us to set targets that show improvement. So we could not continue to keep it at 66.9%, which would have been what it would have been, for the 2019, how we continued on, because we would have already met that target. So we have to show improvement.
Sylvia, it's Lisa. Remind me of what settings this is. This is other post-secondary, any formalized program that's outside of it's
so
not
it's any kind of other post-secondary education, training program or employment.
And it could be part-time or it could be full-time, either one.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Any questions about 14C? So just as a reminder, we'll go through this again next year, but we'll do it for the full package of indicators. So what we'll do is we'll go back through this data just like we're doing it today, but we'll do it for every indicator across the board, and we'll set targets. Instead of setting them for 1 year, we'll be setting them for 6 years next year when we go through these. So that's just to kind of give you a primer for what you can expect moving forward. But we're real excited. We actually got some really great comments on our other indicators. Al Jones, who is kind of one of the heads of the state performance and plan, actually told us that it was an excellent APR when he was on our clarification overall, and just asked us to bring this one little piece in front of the council. So we were real excited to have that comment coming back from him when we had a call with them. So that's real excited. We're very hopeful to see how this how we do overall. So just thank you for your input and your time and your understanding and being willing to kind of listen in and help us and ask us questions while we're setting these things. It's so appreciated.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. We appreciate all your work and giving this information to us too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll move on to our cooperative update. We have with us today, at least I think we do, Melissa Reynolds, who's the director of the Southeast South Central Educational Cooperative, and Kelly Davis, who's the director of the Green River Regional Education Cooperative. And I'll turn this over to you guys.
Good morning. This is Kelly. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, Kelly. Good to see
your sweet
you.
face.
Even though we're across town from each other.
I know. So Melissa and I are going to just do a real brief update this time, given the shortened meeting span for you all. We didn't want to take up a large chunk of time, but we did want to give you a little bit of an update about what's going on. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, so hopefully this will work. I had problems with this the other day. Hang on just 1 second. Let me make sure. Yeah, I've got that ready. Okay. Okay, it says I'm presenting.
Yes.
And am I
can see it.
Yep, we see it, Kelly.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me make this a little, I guess I need to probably put it in view format. Present. Okay, sorry about that. All right, here we go. All right, so we, as Joe and Greta and Veronica and several of our OCL partners have mentioned, we do a lot of collaboration with OCL, and we've probably been doing even more since all the NTI started. And so we regularly work with them. These are the logos of our 9 cooperatives. Even though there's 8 Gen Ed cooperatives, there's a 9th one when you consider JCPS and KSB. They are part of the Greater Louisville Educational Cooperative for special education. We work very well with OCL and all of our other partners to try to provide the best supports we can for our districts across the state. And if you don't have this, this is just a map of our region, service region, so you can kind of see where your district might be located in relation to the special education cooperative that it's aligned with. So that's just a quick map for you. And that's just a quick overview, and I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to talk a little bit about the supports that we've been providing during NTI.
Good morning, everyone. This is the 6 sessions that we have offered through with OCL. The first one was around specially designed instruction during NTI, and we did that one April 3rd, right after we come out of our 2-week hiatus, but we went back into NTI for those two, for the continuation of till the end of May, or the end of April, sorry. And then we did progress monitoring, how to do progress monitoring around NTI. Then we talked about accommodations and modifications. And then this past Friday, we did specially designed instruction for our moderate to severe disabilities population. And as Greta has said, these have been attended around by 215 250 people each session. And then our upcoming session this Friday is behavior and social emotional learning supports. And then we have one more for May 8th is universal design for learning. So we're real pleased about the work that we have produced and sent forth the information to our districts. Okay, Kelly?
All right. One other thing that we wanted to show you today is we started probably 2 years ago a Google site for directors of special education, and it's called the Kentucky Dose Support Hub. And I'm just going to make sure you can still see my screen when I clicked on that. Did it go to the website?
Yes.
Okay,
You can see
great.
it.
I was having trouble with sharing my screen the other day, so now I'm a little nervous about it. Okay, so we had this started a couple of years ago, but we've added to it significantly since we started. And of course, right now, one thing that we started was a resources for instruction during the coronavirus. And we have administrative resources, instructional resources, parent resources, and staff considerations. So on our parent resources page, we included letters to parents of students with IEPs translated into a variety of different languages. This just shows a little bit of the collaboration that's been going on across the state. So some of our larger districts that have more students with who are English learners have had people translating some things and have just shared that willingly. And so we've been posting those on our site. We also included a few things from NASP around talking to children about the COVID-19 or the coronavirus. And we're updating this all the time. So it's a website that's in constant update and refinement. The other thing I wanted to show you today, and I'll show you anything on here if anybody has any questions. Oh, I will show you this on the contacts. You can go here and click on any of the co-ops. I'll just click on the first one. And it will show you the name of the cooperative staff and then also the name of the director of special ed for each district. And if you click on those hot links, you can email any of the directors or staff members that are on each of those pages. The other thing we've just added in the last few days, and so this is definitely an ongoing project, is our cooperative online learning. So we are loading in online learning modules from across all the co-ops, and we're trying to work strategically so that we don't replicate work. So if one co-op, for example, has already created something on active supervision, then another co-op probably wouldn't take that topic. They would find something else to do around behavior. So we've got all those going, and we're trying to provide as many different types of learning resources for our districts as possible using this site. So are there any questions about the site itself?
And I just want to remind folks that the presentations from today are already loaded into our Google Drive if you would like to check any of that out on your own.
So again, we're trying to have a real fast update today, but we're happy to answer any questions or have any conversation that anybody would like to have about the co-ops.
Yes.
Kelly,
is there any questions?
Lisa. It's Lisa. So this is accessible to special ed directors of special ed, and then they give this as a resource to their districts. Is that all the resources? There's so many great resources, but they're kind of the gatekeeper to get it to the right people. Is that?
Well, we sent it out to them originally, but we'll send it to anybody. It's a Google site, so anybody can access it.
Okay.
I know some districts have put it on their websites as something for anybody to be able to click on and view. But sometimes just various people will email and say, can we access that website? We maybe at this point we need to even rename it. It was originally a site for directors, but it's sort of morphed into something bigger than that. So, but it's a public website and it's available to anybody who wants to view it.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anyone have questions? thank you all so much for all that you're doing to support districts and to support our students. This is just a crazy, unprecedented time, and I know all of your efforts are so appreciated. As a parent, I totally hear from parents, and I know that that they're appreciative of any and all resources. So this is good information to have. Thank you all so much for sharing and all that you're doing as well.
You are welcome.
Would you guys like to have just about a 10-minute break before, about a 5 to 10 minute break before we go on to our next presenter? Or do you want to go right on through? What's your pleasure?
I wouldn't mind just a 5-minute break, Lisa. This is Libby.
Okay. 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes. I have 10 after 10 or 10 after 11. Sorry. I'm an hour behind. So on Central. So if we come back at 10:15, 11:15, will that be enough time for everybody to stretch a minute and go to the restroom if you need to?
That sounds good, Lisa. And I just want to let you know David Cook
Okay.
is with us, so he will be getting his presentation ready
wonderful.
while we take a break.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So
Anita
much.
said that's good too.
Great. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
And David, I'm on here if you need any help with anything.
Thanks, Joe. I'm just trying to get my PowerPoint up.
Okay, you doing okay today?
Doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Sun's shining bright, so that changes my mood. I'm happy.
Well, I had it a second
Let me
ago,
know.
and now I can't. I had it, and then
today. And I guess our guiding question for you is what have we learned from COVID-19 and the NTI closure, the emergency provisions that we've had to develop, I suppose. And we have questions about what, I guess, what remote learning has been like and what that means for our students with disabilities. So I'll turn it over to you, David. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Can everybody see my screen? I think we got it fixed while you guys were out. Good morning. Every time I'm with groups of folks that work with students, particularly teachers and administrators and parents, I say thank you for all of your efforts during this emergency closure, but for you all even more so. The amount of work that you have put in, that people have put in, particularly with our students with special needs, has been phenomenal to me. I feel very fortunate to work at a state agency with someone like Greta Hilton, who she and I have from day one worked together. In fact, we even joked that come fall and winter, there's going to be national organizations that want us to share about how we figured out remote learning for Kentucky together, especially for students with special needs. So I'm just very appreciative to all of you all and all the teachers and all the special ed teachers out there and the parents of special needs kids who have been working so hard to get us through this very, very, as we've said 100 times already, unprecedented time, and we'll say it a lot more. But I just want to share with you very briefly. I shouldn't take up too much of your time. I want to hear any questions or concerns, and I know there's concerns that have been going on from the beginning, but we're working through it. And as Commissioner Brown has said recently, we didn't know what we were doing on March 16th. But we know a lot more now than we did on March 16th, and we don't know as much about what we're doing as we will in a couple of weeks when we kind of close down for the current school year. So we're learning every day, all of us. Just some quick facts, which is for those of you who know that we've had NTI in a little less than half of our districts for 9 years. The numbers I'm showing you on this screen are kind of crazy and they scare me because they're nowhere close to what we do in a normal NTI situation. But since March 16th, our 172 districts have reduced learning loss through 4,289 days of NTI. If you keep in mind that we have 83 districts who normally do NTI during the winter and for snow and things like that, and multiply that by the 10 days they're allowed to use for that purpose, which is 830 days total, you see how much bigger this is. And every week that we do NTI, we will add another 860 days to that total. To this point, and I will be honest, I think this rate will probably dip a little bit as we get closer to the end because people are, all of the factors that are going on. But we're at 93% student participation during the COVID emergency, which matches our rate during regular NTI days. So we're excited that we've been able to keep that kind of participation rate up during this time, which is so extended. And as you can imagine, and you probably know, the districts that have done the best during this closure have had a really good, strong, blended approach to the problem, to the issue, which is digital when it's possible, paper when it's necessary. So kind of that combination of those two. Districts who have done all digital have struggled with the equity of kids not having devices, and folks that have done all paper, while that's worked pretty well in most cases, it has a limited teachers in terms of what they can do with students, because in many cases they were already doing a lot of digital learning anyway. So we see it work best when there's a combination of the two. All right. And I advance my own slides. There we go. So this is something that my division has kind of, a phrase we've kind of coined because everybody likes to talk about a new normal. And we don't believe it'll be an entirely new normal because we are going to go back eventually to classrooms. But as everybody says, as the governor says a lot, it's not going to look like it did before. Even if it's the same classrooms, the teachers are going to be different teachers because they've had this, what I call an opportunity to broaden the way they think about instruction. And hopefully they'll use some of the stuff that they've been using during NTI to make their regular classrooms even more robust and more meaningful to kids. So we like to refer to it as a different normal instead of a new normal, but it certainly we don't think is going to be the old normal. So I wanted to just real quickly and briefly, and then I want to get to questions, talk about the two areas as we're collecting data in my division that we find are important for folks to think about as we think about lessons learned. There are areas of opportunity and there are areas of concern. And we learn from both of these things, and we know that as we move through the summer and into the fall, we're going to take this data and really try very hard to help folks think about what school closure looks like in the future in case we have to do it more NTI later because there's a, that the virus comes back or whatever we're doing when the fall comes. So these are the areas of opportunity. First of all, we should be better prepared for school closure moving forward. The concept of continuous learning should become more of a phrase that a lot of us are thinking about. So not just those that did NTI before, but when they were closed for snow a couple of days, but anytime we might have some kind of extended kind of closure, how are we going to react to that should be a whole lot better the next time it happens, of course. We realize and we know that there are huge differences in how teachers were prepared for remote learning based on the skills that they've had or professional learning they've had in the past, and we're going to spend a lot of effort over the summer and next year on helping teachers become more comfortable and familiar with remote learning strategies. We have seen just an absolute explosion of incredibly creative ideas about how to present curriculum to students of all students and in all different ways. Digital things, lessons that the kids can do outside in their yards, that kids can do with stuff in their houses. It's just become a really great kind of breeding ground for, that's not a great word and a great phrase in this situation, is it? A great opportunity, a sandbox, if you will, for new and different approaches to how we provide instruction to kids. And we are, of course, learning that there are other ways and better ways and different ways to assess children than simply handing a piece of paper and having them fill out a quiz or a test at the end of a unit of study. And you guys have known that for a long time. There are obviously different ways that we can assess students. So authentic assessment as evidence of learning has really become much more of a norm for teachers than all teachers, general ed teachers as well as special ed teachers during this closure. Of course, as I mentioned, the areas of concern also are there as well as the areas of opportunity. And I put you all at the top because I know that there's been challenges and there's things that will have to be addressed when this is all over with our students with disabilities and other special populations that might be out there. So that's been on our radar, a lot of conversations about that. I think different ones of you all on the council have mentioned the second one, which is juggling roles between being a parent and being a teacher or being an administrator or whoever you might be. And the lack of preparation for NTI. Obviously, on March 13th, the decision was made to go to NTI, and then we did it. Certainly in regular NTI situations, that's not the case. Teachers and everyone else has probably all of the fall semester to plan for how NTI is going to work on a snow day or something like that. So that's a huge area of concern that we hope over the course of time we're going to have much better preparation. We know the equity issue of connectivity or access for students is a big one. We believe that a lot of the federal funds that are going to be coming each district's way, that's a great area of thought about, making sure that you have access for all your students, as many of your students as you can, of course. And this next one is not really about connectivity from a technology standpoint. It's about connection to students. One of the greatest areas of growth that we have seen for teachers during this time is the recognition of the ability to still be able to connect with their students while they're not in a classroom. It was a concern, a really big concern as we started. It's become less of a concern, but it's still there, and that is contacting students by phone, contacting students through one-on-one video conferencing or group video conferencing if they have access, interacting with parents and students about what they're learning and how they're learning and where their struggles are. That's an area that we've realized was probably not really strong for some kids before. We know that there were students in every classroom that were, as I like to say, invisible. And we see the same students probably being invisible now, but we're hoping and we're seeing teachers recognizing how much importance should be placed on the relationships. And that's what we're going to strive to improve upon as we move forward with NTI in the future. Several of you mentioned the level and the amount, the quantity of work. Curriculum coverage gaps for the fall are obvious challenges that we're all going to be thinking about as we figure out how to restart. But also the recognition, and I can tell you from experience that with NTI from the day we started it in 2011, the very first problem that every district has when they start the program, and it's no exception has been found in the COVID closure, too much work is given to kids. That's just, it's hard for an individual teacher to think about their classroom and not the other 5 or 6 the student may have to interact with during a day. So everybody tends to start with way too much work. And what we're learning and we're seeing across the 6 weeks or so or 5 weeks that we've been doing NTI is districts are pulling back. They took their spring breaks to modify their programs so that they were realizing that the true amount of work that can probably be accomplished in a day is maybe 3 hours, maybe 4, possibly 4, but most of the time it's about 3 hours. And that's a challenge for folks to at first to get to that place, but they are getting there. And then of course in a big sense, we didn't have a state assessment. That could actually be listed on both sides of the coin as both an opportunity and a concern, because one of the things that I can tell you is the creativity that we are seeing happening is partially due to the fact that these teachers have not felt the restraint, if you will, or the struggle of having to get through all the curriculum because of the test. They have become more creative and looked at the real things that they think are important for their kids to be able to know and do, so they have less learning loss because of the closure. But on the other side, well, we're not going to have a state test this year. What does that mean as kids move forward into the fall? So it is a concern. It's also an opportunity to talk about the state assessment system in general. So those were my 4 brief slides, and I will now open it up to you all for any questions or comments, probably more so than anything, things that you have seen, both on the concern side, but the successes that you have seen. And I'll leave it there, Lisa.
Thank you.
David, this is Brent Hutchinson. A question I have comes from information that I have in my head, which is purely anecdotal. So feel free to dash it as much as you need. I'm curious, I hear from some districts that really the purpose of NTI is I don't want to say it's a placeholder, but it's information review and, kind of skill development, but not really advancement of new ideas and advancement of curriculum. Whereas, my son's a student at JCPS and they are absolutely advancing.
Exactly.
He's doing. So is it both? Can you just speak to kind of really the purpose of it and what are we getting right and what are we getting wrong in terms of that particular issue?
Yeah, I think it actually has been both. What we're now referring to as regular NTI, which is the NTI that we did before, where districts would miss a day or two at a time for snow or flu or something like that. In those cases, just because of the nature of the way it was being short term like that, it did typically become review of material already introduced, because it wasn't going to be long enough for anybody to worry about there being no new material, right? So in the COVID closure, I think more districts, and we've kind of recommended this for the most part, is you're going to have to present new material because you're not going to be coming back. So I think what Jefferson County did in developing its system is right. I think there has needed to be new information brought forward, and districts have done their best to do that. I think that's the area that we probably will need to spend my team and others talking about over the summer is, if this has to happen again or will happen again, how do we modify the NTI sort of best practice to recognize that need, and how's the best way to share that kind of new information so that the students are still given more opportunity to be successful with new material. I think one of the things that's coming out of a lot of this conversation is the need for, especially if we can build up the technology and more of our students have access, is that more notion of almost more of a little bit more face-to-face kind of interactions with teachers and students in groups. And a lot of people have already been doing that, of course, through Google Meets and Google Classroom and Google, lost the word, Hangouts, and other video conferencing opportunities. Because I think eventually what we need to make NTI look like is sort of what it would look like if a teacher was teaching a class online and they were in front of the classroom all the time, in their face, in other words, and you were meeting at a specific, your class is Monday nights from 6:30 to 9, so that notion of making it be as much like the classroom as we possibly can, and having these times set aside where kids can jump on with their teacher, and there can be that allows for a better and hopefully more successful opportunity to introduce the new material than simply a packet would, where you send it out and say, read these instructions and I hope you get it, right? So those are good questions, but I think in this extended time, we have wanted districts to be more thoughtful about new information, because if you didn't, the kids were really going to be behind when we go back to school, and this way the learning loss is reduced because we're moving as much forward as we can. I think that you balance that against, we can't complete the whole curriculum that we're missing, and we've talked about it already on this call. We know that's not possible because we can't get as much done for all the factors that parents and teachers and everybody are having to deal with. It's just not possible to, so what's the balance? What is the, I think what you'll see us doing moving forward is sort of tiering NTI in a sense, and saying, what does it look like when it's a short-term closure like snow? And what kind of things would you do there different from what kind of things you would do in an extended kind of closure, where you couldn't just say, it's okay if we just review stuff. We're going to have to present some new material, and what does that look like? And I think that's the feedback we're going to need from a lot of folks, is what that looks like. So Hope that answers your question. Anybody else?
I would just say, this is Lisa, from a university perspective, I teach at the university, and from the university perspective, we've kind of had to go to that virtual learning medium and convert all of our coursework. And so it can be an interesting partnership with universities to kind of learn and get those course. I'm sure that, you know, that's something long term, but
Right.
it's been kind of an interesting perspective of all of a sudden having to roll things over into that. So, but universities could be a resource for that as well, because most of them are doing it in the midst of doing that. So
absolutely, and I think we also recognize that by grade level we have different different levels of professional learning and sophistication that people have. You know, obviously elementary kids have been probably the slowest to move in this way because they're really not used to it. When you talk to high school students, and I haven't found one yet, that there's not really an exception to this conversation yet. And back to you, Brent, it was the Jefferson County kids especially who have come to this a little bit later, that it feels like college is going to feel to them, right? So they're very much focused on a sort of a heavy digital side, even though some of them are still doing paper. There's a lot of digital interaction during a high school student's day with NTI. So they're very used to it. That if they've been taking dual credit classes, if they've been doing any of this, they've already had it. So it's how do we make sure that age appropriately we get that kind of what are the ways that we do that for younger kids especially, and they may not have. I know my granddaughter is a second grader in Madison County. She's working on her laptop that she was provided by the school district, but my granddaughter's 7 years old. She's not a keyboardist, you know. She doesn't. She has to struggle with typing she sees the problem on the screen, and it's just the fact that she may have to answer with a short answer that requires her to put together a couple of sentences. So there's all those kinds of things that we have to learn from. But I hope that ultimately what I hope that this allows us to do is see the values where they are for this kind of learning and start to incorporate them. So for whatever kind of closure we have in the future, we're more prepared for how do we reach the most kids when we're closed, and what does that learning look like? So
I'll just say one more quick piece. My younger son is a student at a private school in Fulham County, St. Francis School. And he's online 4 or 5 hours a day with his teachers. And one of the things that I've been so impressed by their approach is it feels a little bit more like a tutorial scenario, which I know is very difficult to do statewide. But I think what they have gotten, that I think we see a lot of teachers getting, is this idea of the incorporation of that relational connection and social emotional learning in a time when there's a lot of anxiety and fear. Yeah. And I think it's really important that we lift that up as part of this process, because, you know, if we go through things like this again, the anxiety could theoretically double for people. We thought we were okay, and now we're not okay anymore. Where's that safety come from? And so that notion of that connection that we can make, not just completing assignments and getting them turned in on time.
That's right.
Really making connections with our students across the board, particularly with our special needs students, I really think is going to be vital. So I just want to throw that out there for comment.
No, I think that's a great comment, and I think it's absolutely right. One of the things that we will definitely be sort of incorporating as we give technical assistance to districts on applying for NTI for next year, because we're pretty sure that 172 districts will apply again because they don't want to be caught without the approval ability for NTI next year in case they need it. Is what you just said. It's the social emotional learning aspect of this has come. I didn't put that actually on the list. I'm surprised. I don't know why I didn't do that, but that's a biggie. That's and let's flip the coin and say, well, what if the closure was not a pandemic, but it was a natural disaster of some epic proportion that required a large-scale closure It may not be the whole state, it may not be, but it could require a closure where there's no power. So we can interact with people socially, but you can't use the digital instructional tools that you might have used before. Then to me, the phone and the personal interaction where a teacher may interact by going to students' homes, whatever it is, becomes that much more important, and the social emotional aspects of it could be even heightened just to connect and the relational aspect of all of this. So closures could be a whole lot of different things, and I think at the center probably needs to be that social emotional piece, because if the closure is anyway related to an illness or something where there's the fear that we have now, what you just pointed out is absolutely correct. We've got to deal with anxiety just as much as we have to deal with any type of instructional loss they may have. On the other hand, if it's people have lost their homes from a natural disaster, there's a different kind of anxiety with that. So the social emotional piece has to be very foundational to all of what we do moving forward, when we know that relationships are just as important as content, if you will. So
this is Brandy speaking. My question is, in my time that I've been working with my son, we probably work 4 to 6 hours a day on school, and he's a high schooler and has multiple needs. But how are we assessing kids? I know some schools are doing pass fail, some are having grades. There's not a weekend that hasn't gone by that we haven't had a project due, or a project that we're working on. And that it's very stressful when certain teachers, I feel like, get it and are assigning a little bit of work, and then I feel like some teachers are getting new material and I feel like are kind of covering new topics every day that are overwhelming. So how do you get all the teachers on the same page and say, this is how we're going to assess the kids, these are some good assignments? Who's reviewing them and saying, these are okay to do, these aren't. I don't know, I just feel like, is pass fail an option? Or I don't know, I just feel like it's been overwhelming for us, and I'm not saying that it's not for everybody else. But when kids are at school, they have seating, they have breaks, they have their friends, they have the teacher support. So the quality education that they're getting here or at their homes is just not the same.
Right, it's not uniform, and I'm gonna defer some of what you were asking about to my good friend Amanda Ellis, who's going to talk to you a little bit later, and she's going to really dive into some of the stuff you just asked about in terms of grading. But I wanted to tell you what the two things I think that are important for you to recognize, or probably three, about this whole process and the way we've done it from 2011 when we started NTI is the way that we as the state are collecting data on this program is based on a term that's not familiar to a lot of people, which is student participation. And so what districts are doing is, for our benefit, is they're collecting data on the interactions that teachers have with students. And that interaction could be an assignment, but it could also be a phone call where we talked about where the student was struggling and the teacher recorded comments or things like that. And we're very fortunate that in Infinite Campus, the student information system that Kentucky uses, there is an actual feature in the grade book where teachers can record these kinds of things that was just put out, interestingly enough, exactly at the time COVID happened. So teachers could log the interactions they're having with students. I will tell you that from our perspective, to answer your questions, our daily routine in my division is guidance to districts on best practice, because most of what happens within TI is based on a district decision. for instance, the amount of work is based on what the district determines that should be. And thankfully, in a lot of districts, they started out with too much and they have shifted back. But our guidance has always been, this is how much work you should do. And our guidance has always been, your lesson should not be, this is not, first thing you should know is NTI is not a time-based program. It never was intended to be. It's not, it's a performance-based program. By definition, it's a performance-based program. You can't set things up and say, every day there's an assignment due. You say, this is the assignment, and this is how much time we think you should take to do it. And so I think a lot of districts have struggled with that because it's so foreign to them. It's sort of thrown performance-based education on them very quickly. And they're starting, as I said, they're learning it. It's just taken a very long time for them to learn it. So our guidance has always been shorten the amount of instructional stuff or shrink it. It has always been lessons that are either on this day, this is due, and on another day, this is due, are better than a sort of traditional mindset of, okay, it's Monday, you're going to turn in this assignment. It's Tuesday, you're going to turn in this assignment. And we really love, I will tell you this, and this is data driven, we really love project-based learning for NTI, which means we really love saying to a kid, you've got 2 weeks, and this is what you need to do in that 2 weeks. So if some kids are going to turn around the next day or 2 days and go, got it done, but another child, like maybe your son, is going to need more time to finish it. And hopefully the project is long enough that it's not tough for anybody to complete that project, and it's a little bit more personalized to the needs. But again, I think sometimes a district gets a little bit nervous about what I'm going to ask them for. I don't have a badge. See, I don't have a badge. I'm not NTI police. We're not going to, and a lot of what happens is districts wanting to ensure internally that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, i.e. that teachers are keeping up with their daily requirements as a teacher and they're giving kids work. But what we expect of them from a production of documentation is far less than what they probably expect of you internally. It's a much shorter, smaller set of data that we collect on every day of NTI. Then it's very sample oriented. It's not, we're not sitting there going, oh, you didn't have enough assignments on this day, or you didn't have enough. We want to see how many times teacher A interacted with their kids during the course of NTI. That's important to us, is that relational aspect, as we just moment. So we try every day, and I'm working on guidance right now for today about the latest questions that people have and the struggles that they're having, and teachers and parents, administrators, and reminding folks it's okay. It's not as bad as you want it to, you probably think it's going to be. So make sure that you're providing a set of instructional time for kids and for teachers that's doable, I guess is the simplest word to use. So it's not worked in every place, and I knew it wouldn't. I mean, the 83 districts that were doing NTI before, even some of them have struggled because it's a different kind of NTI. But most of them had some background in, oh yeah, I know what to do when there's too much work going out. Everybody else has had to, fly the plane, build the plane as they're flying it. And that's what I hope moving forward, if this happens again, or if we have to some reason go back to it, that we have a better understanding of that when we have to do it again. So
do they have to touch base with the teacher or just turn in work to be counted as present? How do you determine that?
So the participation is defined as an interaction between teacher and student, and they record that in the grade book. We collect it weekly, So we don't actually necessarily see it every day. So basically a student is counted for the week if there is an interaction between the teacher and the student. That's a documented thing of, as I said, it could be an assignment that was completed, but it could also be, I had a 15-minute conversation with this student, and in that 15-minute conversation, we talked about these things. And I have some evidence that this student is progressing on their work. They may not have completed it. And so that translation, if you want to think about it in a regular school day, is a day of attendance by that teacher's checking off that they had an interaction with that student. We were at first going to make that be daily, but it's weekly because first of all, my shop isn't very big. And just the sheer volume, I think about the guys in Jefferson County. If I was trying to do that for every kid for an NTI, I'm done, I'm out. So by doing it on a weekly basis, it's still giving us data, but it's not requiring everybody to do so much for us for the reporting requirement for the state. Again, I think most districts have more stringent reporting requirements internally for whatever reason. They're using it as a method to make sure they can count the teachers as having worked a contract day and all of that sort of thing, as well as anything else. But from our perspective, it's not as deep as it probably seems in the district.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is Greta. Sorry, I was giving my camera a minute to hop on. I think it's also important to note that there's a couple of things to consider here when we're thinking about that, because we have the piece that's the NTI requirement for all students, but then going above and beyond for students with disabilities, like we were talking about. If the IEP says X, then there may need to be more than just the regular, but that's the same thing as school day. Everybody gets X, and then students with disabilities get, plus some. Every kid is entitled to this much, but then depending upon your individualized needs, how much more do you need in whatever area? So, so I think just it's important to remember that it's all the general curriculum plus some.
Yep. Thank you, Greta. You were gone. I think you were gone. I think when I told him that you and I have become everybody's likes what we're doing in Kentucky with students with special needs, and I said we're probably going to have to go talk to people about this at some point. How NTI work for all the kids and with disabilities and special needs. So.
Well, speaking of, I did a webcast with Nebraska that's out there. And it was the National Disabilities Rights Network, as well as CCSSO, and which was really awesome because Lucy Heskins joined me, which is protection and advocacy for Kentucky. So Kentucky's protection and advocacy and SEA, as well as Nebraska's protection advocacy and SEA. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, hey, it's part of life.
Anyway, it's out there and it's live, and it's really about how do you provide instruction for students with disabilities in this unusual time.
Well, Lisa, I know you guys have got a lot to do today, and unless there's a lot of other questions, and of course people can email me or they have other questions about things, but I really do appreciate your feedback and your comments, because again, I've kind of shifted from getting it started and going, which is what we did for several weeks, to now what do we do and how do we make it better and how do we make it work in all these different kinds of situations that we find ourselves in. And your feedback has been important to know, particularly with the students that you all are talking about with this council, that it's important for us to be mindful of this, as Greta just said, the additional things that need to be done with these kids. And so thank you again. If there's no other questions, I'll let you guys move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you so much, David, for all of your information and all the work that you're doing. We appreciated that very much. Our actual next agenda item is lunch, actually. So we are running just about on time, which is another really good thing, I think. We have an hour slated for lunch. So that puts us back, and it's, I have 10:56 for you Central Time folks, 11:56 for our Eastern Time folks. And we have 1 hour, an hour and 4 minutes, actually, if it's 10:56. And we'll come back here at 1. Everybody, of course, is lunch on your own. And we'll all come back here and meet and be ready for Amanda Ellis, who will be speaking to us about Kentucky graduation requirements and grades, which I know we're all interested in light of the COVID-19 and how that's impacted that as well. So we will all come back at 1. See you at 1 and at 12.
Okay, you're now good to begin.
Great. Hope everybody had a nice lunch, a nice little break away. This afternoon, we have Amanda Ellis with us. She is the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Teaching and Learning. And she's going to speak to us about how we are communicating options for graduation requirements for students who have disabilities. And I will turn this the meeting over to her. Are you here, Amanda?
I am here.
Great.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. So I was asked to come and talk about graduation. So clearly the graduates of 2020 are heavy on our minds. And I know that you all have had the opportunity to speak with David Cook earlier about NTI and just about how our entire worlds, home and school, have changed significantly for all of us at all levels and all ages. And so the big concern we had earlier on was about graduation requirements. What local districts require, what the minimum requirement actually is, and any flexibilities around that. So I'm going to address that today just to let you all know what feedback we received, where we got that from, and then how we move forward. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. And if I'm unable to answer any questions you give me and this expert team online from KDE cannot answer, we will definitely capture that and get back with you because that's something I want to make sure that we have your questions answered. What we know that almost every single district in our state, if not every single one, I've not personally checked every single one, so I don't want to say 100%, but I would say over 98% of our districts take the minimum graduation requirements and they add to them at the local level with local policy. Some of your districts may require 28 credits. Some of your districts may require that your students are transition ready or that they have a credential or that they do community service or have a work ethic seal. There's a lot of variation that your districts have authority to put into local policy. What the minimum state requirement is 22 credits. And so where we started, and I'm going to try to share my screen, my PowerPoint keeps shutting down on me, but I'm going to try it because this has been a good Monday for me. It's been all kinds. But basically where we started is with students, and we started with the student task force. We have a great group of students who come from truly all over the state. We have representation from KSB, KSD, and we also have, it keeps kicking me off. Joe, I may have to have you pull it up because it is not staying for whatever reason.
I'll try to pull it up for you, Amanda. Keep going.
Okay. Anyway, and so we have several of them are seniors this year. And so what we talked to them about initially is, okay, this is brand new for everybody. What is going to be the best thing that would be fair for all seniors who graduate? Thank you, Joe, so much. Perfect. That would be a fair thing to consider for graduation requirements for our seniors, since many of our students don't have connectivity. Many of our students may not have the computers or any type of online access. They may only have a packet, or they may have just limited access. And so what we shared was we started with a couple of options to give them something to give feedback. And of course, we got feedback from teachers and administrators and anybody else, but we did start with students. So the option one that you hopefully see on your screen, excuse me, this is in current law. So what is required for the minimum high school graduation requirements is the completion of 22 credits. Now, many of you may know that the graduation requirements, the regulation changed, but that does not apply to this year's seniors. That only applies to this year's freshmen and below. So the seniors of this year have the old requirements. And so as you see on your screen, there are 4 credits in English language arts, which are English 1, 2, 3, and 4, 3 in math, which is algebra 1, geometry, and algebra 2 with the required 4th credit in math before they graduate, 3 credits in science, 3 in social studies. We don't dictate which courses those are as long as they cover the standards, a half a credit in health education, a half a credit in physical education, 1 credit in visual and performing arts, and then 7 elective credits. Now, this is what the minimum requirement already is. The Kentucky Board of Education approves that regulation and oversees that law. And then local districts take that minimum and they can keep the minimum or exceed. And like I said, almost every single district exceeds either by credit or by additional requirements. So what we offered to the students was that option 1. Do we leave it at the minimum? And we ask your districts to go back, look at their local policy, and consider what are some things that we may need to waive due to access for students. We don't want students who are at the end of their senior year who may not have access to certain credits be withheld because they didn't get their community service or because they didn't get that 29th credit in an elective that they may not have had access to. So we ask for that opinion and to give just the local decision just to go to the minimum if the local district chose to do that. The other option we posed is this on the screen, and it would be asking the Kentucky Board of Education to waive the elective hours and only require the 15 core course credits, which would be, you see, it's all the same, the 4 English language arts credits, the 3 mathematics, the 3 in science, 3 in social studies, a half a credit in health, a half a credit in physical education, and 1 credit in visual and performing arts. What that would do is that if a district felt that they needed to have that minimum 15 credit hours because they didn't feel like that some of their students could even meet the elective criteria in some unique situations, then they could ask the Kentucky Board of Education for a waiver from those credits. Or the other thing we talked about is, should we blanket waive for all districts? And so those are the 2 pieces we talked about with the students first. And what a lot of them said is, most students, most seniors are on track to graduate. We have senior checks. And those of us who are not, we have help that we're being provided by our teachers and our counselors to make sure that we are getting the credits earned that we need and any additional. A lot of them did not feel like that the 15 credits were necessary, but just to give local decision to the districts as long as they didn't go below the minimum. When we ask principals, superintendents, and teachers, there was a Kentucky Association of School Administrators, KASA, or CASA is what some people call it, actually surveyed several high school principals and asked, if you had to pick an option or had another option, what would it be? 55% chose option 1, go to the minimum requirements, give us that option, but don't make us. 45% said, I kind of like the idea of having the opportunity to waive to the 15 credits because we do have a few students who we've really struggled with for whatever circumstances, but they absolutely have their core courses. It's just a couple of electives. So when we went to our task force and then even our Kentucky Board of Education, there wasn't a strong desire to give the blanket waiver for the 15 credits, but they were willing to have any district that requested that waiver for the 15 credits that were eligible for this year's seniors only. So it's not students who may have been an issue before and people just want to graduate kids out and they take advantage. That's not what it's for. It would be for the 2020 graduating senior class because of this very unique time of having the opportunity for a waiver. So what we have seen, just so you know, is a lot of districts are going back. They're looking at their additional requirements and deciding if any of those are of a burden and where students don't have access. They have looked at removing some of those local requirements. We've only had right now 1 district apply for a waiver for the 15 credits. We have not received another one at this point. And so that waiver will be heard to the Kentucky Board of Education. It will go to them in May for the special called meeting for consideration of waiver. And so that's kind of where we stand. The other piece that I wanted to bring to your attention, Joe, I think it's the next slide, is this year would have been the first year. This is a statutory requirement that all students have to pass the civics test. Now, how this is administered is all locally determined. There are 100 questions they have to pass with a 60%. And this year was the first year that it would be a graduation requirement for the class of 2020. It is available online. A lot of schools used it with paper pencil. Some chunked it into small groups. I mean, there's just different ways they administered the civics exam. So we had requested to our Secretary of Education Workforce, who happens, as you know, to be our Lieutenant Governor, Jacqueline Coleman, and with the support of Commissioner Brown, both signed the executive order to waive the civics test requirement for students this year is this year's only graduate because of access issues. Students may not have access to that. So we really appreciate this swift move by Lieutenant Governor and our Commissioner for seeing the need that it can be a burden and a disadvantage for students who may not have access to waive that statutory requirement. So all this to say is that we've really tried to be flexible. We've tried really hard to be sensitive to our 2020 graduates. Man, they will have a story to tell one day, but I really hurt for them right now. And we're really working hard to try and do our very best to provide the support that our districts need in their decision making, and that they keep kids absolutely first. And I really think that that's where the efforts are. It's just a really tough go right now. So I will stop there, and any questions you may have, please place in the chat box. I'm more than happy to try and address those for you. And if I'm unable to, and like I said, if the awesome staff online are not, we will definitely get back with an answer for this committee. I will touch on something if anyone just needs a chance to type, or that there's been a lot of question around graduation ceremonies. That's been a really hot topic, and rightfully so. My son graduated from high school last year, and I would absolutely be that person that really cared about what's going to happen. I'll tell you where we are as an agency is that we have the superintendents have absolutely blown up Kevin's phone with requests on help for graduation options and what to do to make it personal yet safe and follow the state guidelines, especially from where we are. Unintended consequences of delaying it, lots of questions. And so Kevin promised to have guidance hopefully by the end of today. And so we are complete with our guidance, but what we are doing right now is working hand in hand with the Department of Public Health. They are reviewing our recommended protocols as far as recommendations and considerations for districts as they consider ceremonies and awards programs as they want to do different hybrids and things. So our Department of Public Health are reviewing our proposal, ensuring that it aligns with what Dr. Stack and the governor has recommended for the state to remain healthy and safe. And we certainly want to be aligned with the guidelines and expectations of our state and the executive order. So it may be a little bit delayed until tomorrow, but I will tell you, we have worked really hard on that, as well as working on protocols for allowing students to come in to get their equipment, maybe their athletic equipment to turn in things, textbook returns and things like that. We really want to have some really strong guidance on ensuring that schools are equipped and ready to have kids visit and when that would be appropriate and what would be the safest. So we have worked on those two pieces of guidance really since last week and over the weekend. And like I said, now it's in the hands of the Department of Public Health, and we greatly appreciate their partnership in that. So you information coming out about that, and I know districts and parents and teachers are very anxious to see what that is like, to get some help on thinking through a new norm. So I'll pause there, and I'll see the question. Yeah, Lisa, thank you for your question. Exactly, what are most districts doing? We're hearing a variety. I'll tell you what we've heard so far. One district, I can't remember which one it is, and I apologize, is going to have graduation in October. So they've delayed it completely till October. I don't know if they're administering the diplomas in advance and doing the ceremony in October. I'm not sure about that. The many districts are going virtual in May with the hopes of having some type of celebration that's a little more personal in July before students leave in August for jobs or for school. We're hearing that some are waiting to hear our guidance. Some would like to do a hybrid where they would like to bring the students in, get their picture, video them walking across the stage, and then compiling the video and showing it on a different day. I don't know if you've seen Gulfport, Mississippi. They had an article written about them in a very similar fashion. What I was explaining is that they had one student come in at a time, cross the stage, they got the picture. Some family were allowed to be there. They left safely, and then the school is going to compile the videos, and they're going to do an online graduation ceremony. Now, many districts are interested in that, but we are waiting to hear from the Department of Public Health because we don't want to violate anything. Many are thinking about the drive-in approach too, but having a large enough field or location for extended family and graduates in the cars, it would be a massive undertaking, and to ensure that the cars are 6 feet apart and that no one gets out of their cars. It's just really thinking the logistics and the size of your graduating class. So different people are doing different things. So thank you, Brent, for sharing that. He said that Floyd County is doing a graduation parade. I was getting ready to say, I believe Casey County did a prom that was under the stars in your car. And they did that this past weekend, or it's coming up. I read it, and they had where they pull up. There was a photographer over 6 feet away. They took the picture, got back in the car, and then they did a parade through town in all their, pretty clothes, and got to be spotlighted. I think districts are working really hard to figure out what's best, not just even for 2020 graduates, but even award ceremonies and ways to recognize students for their hard work. Yes, and the parades to your point, many districts have been doing parades of teachers and staff, and I think that's such a morale booster. I know a lot are talking about doing a senior parade to let them drive through town, and people, honk their horns and wave and celebrate the graduates. Some I did see that are going to drive past their elementary schools. Instead of getting to go in and walk through their elementary halls, they're going to break out and go drive past their elementary schools, and there'll be signs and things recognizing the graduates of 2020. I can also tell you that Kevin Brown, our interim commissioner, is working really hard to find ways to recognize students in our state. We are asking for graduating classes from every high school in the state and working through some type of production to be recognized in Kentucky. Also, with our partners with CCSSO, that is our state education agency professional learning group and advocates that we have in DC, and they are doing something at a national level for the graduates of 2020, and we will be participating in that as well with the permission of the school districts with the pictures that they send to the graduating class, and we're excited about that. We have more question. It says, what is your office doing regarding policy and facilitative information regarding grading students' NTI work? Let's see, any specific advice? We heard earlier about how districts are cutting back on the amount of work. Any specific advice for grading, especially for students with disabilities? So the grading question is huge, and it's being addressed in different ways. We have produced guidance, and I will be happy to send to you what we have produced. It is a moral and ethical decision as well. One of the things that is keeping us from just saying definitively this is how you grade is that we know that our learning environments are not equitable. They don't look the same. The kids don't have the same support. We know that some children still struggle when they're in school with us, with professionals helping them, and other factors where they struggle even at school. We have an unknown of where they are in their home as far as the grading. So what we've really promoted is more around feedback and support of student learning and connection with your students, calling your students, checking in with the parents since the parents are on the front line, and be gracious, be simple. Don't be punitive. Ultimately is the local decision of how they grade and do grading scales. Many districts have talked about pass-fail. We did bring Kia. A lot of questions were around high school students with pass-fail. We brought Kia in to discuss keys and the impact of keys. The keys funding for students. And basically what Becky Gilpatrick shared is that wherever the grades stopped this year, numerical grades stopped this year, whether that would be March 16th or the last day of school, depending on however your district chose to do grades, is how they would calculate funds for that year. That would be the GPA they would use. Clearly, pass-fail is not numerical, so they couldn't use that. It wouldn't hurt the student. It wouldn't help them. It just would be whatever grades they have is what they would use. So that made it a little more digestible, I guess, to decide what to do at the high school level with grading. But as far as elementary and middle and what's best for students, this is hard for everyone. I think providing your support, your feedback, encourage the learning and the growth of your students. But I think punitive measures, I don't think are going to help. I think anything you can do to help your students grow, help your families, help their child to grow, and to go from there. I think it also brings us back to what we're grading, why we're grading in our decisions on of what we're measuring. And that's something that really has to be in the hands of the district to really think through what it is they're looking to measure, and what are they reflecting. Many districts have gone with, we'll accept the work and we are going to encourage the growth and do grades that can help support and provide help to students, but we will not let it hurt them. So I think it is a tough decision. I don't have a great answer. I will share the guidance that we have that have 3 different articles with 3 different approaches. There are different districts and how they're doing it across the nation. There's also an article from Tom Guskey on pass-fail, just his thoughts on that. And another article that I apologize, I can't think of what the name of it is, but we will provide that. I can't give you a great answer. It really determines on what your district is focused on. And ultimately, I want to do what's best for kids. It is tough. I want to promote learning. I don't want to give it an out, but at the same time, I think we have to be fair with our circumstances and really figure out what it is we're focused on to accomplish at this really unique time. And that is not an easy answer. And I do not say that lightly. I really don't. I take it to heart. Joe had said college entry requirements have also been interesting to watch across the nation. That's very true, Joe. The college entrance, many of them are waiving the ACT requirement or SAT requirement. They're using GPA mainly to get in, and then they will figure out how to do placement as far as if they don't have a college entrance exam. But I think that I think a lot of folks are trying to be very gracious and understanding that there is true access issues, and that we can't just do a one size fits all. And so I appreciate that part. And one thing I've said multiple times is if we've ever talked about personalized learning, and boy, am I talking to the choir right now, but if we've ever talked about personalized learning, this is it. And this is hard. And we've really got to think through what we're doing. The other thing I will bring to your attention that we are doing, and once we kind of get our head wrapped around it and push it out, we'll definitely have Greta's team on board too to help us add the appropriate additional resources that we need. But our standard staff are really starting to think through how we can help teachers think about next fall. We know that every child walking through that door, and quite honestly, I think every adult who walks back to the school is going to have some type of experience of reentry, whether that be trauma or anxiety, excitement, gaps that we have. There's going to be lots of issues that we've never maybe experienced at the scale in which we've experienced it. And to be in tune to both the adult and the students' reaction to reentry, whatever that looks like. We're really working on the academic side. And then with Dr. Damian Sweeney, we're working on the social emotional side as well, and providing resources. So I will send any of my resources and links to you all if it would be helpful, just so you have a really quick, easy click, and I'd be happy to send that to Joe to share after the meeting if that's okay. But we are thinking through that about how we can provide support to teachers to really think through how to prepare for next year, knowing there's going to be gaps, knowing there's going to be trauma, and knowing that we have to approach next year, not that everybody goes to intervention, but how do we provide solid core instruction that really is meeting the child where they are. And that is going to be a huge challenge, but really non-negotiable. We have to do it, and it's what's right. So preparing now is a good start. And so we are working on those resources, but I will share with you whatever I have at this time. So I will stop. I don't want to take up any more of your time, and I really appreciate you allowing me to share today. Eric shared that they're waiving. Eric, can you type in where you're from? I'm just not familiar. I apologize. Oh, Murray State. Great, great. Yeah, we had heard about Murray waiving that as well. Actually, we talked about that the other day in one of our advisories. I think that'll be really interesting. I know that UK said that they've cut way back on how they've even use ACT in the percentage that they use for admission. And so I wonder what they'll do with that as well. But thank you for sharing that. Yeah, we've read about Murray deferring that for the year. I think that's really interesting. Thank you for sharing that. If there's anything else that comes up later, I'll be happy to answer. But Joe, I'll turn it back to you. And thank you for running the PowerPoint since my technology failed.
Thanks a lot, Amanda.
My pleasure.
And so I'll just hand it over to Lisa.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amanda. We appreciate all that you're doing. And boy, this is an unprecedented time. I've said it a million times today, but all the efforts and what everybody's coming together and doing is pretty amazing. So thank you so much for the update and the information. This morning, I failed to get everybody to approve the minutes of the last meeting. And so we need to do that, and we'll need to do that. Each person will need to come on and consent, if you consent or vote on whether or not you approve the minutes or not. So we'll do that. And I'll just call on you, and you can tell me if you approve, if you are vote to. We got a first and we got a second, and we need to vote on our approval of the minutes. So I'll just go through, and each person will need to tell me your vote. Anita?
Approved.
Julie isn't here. Eric?
It's Eric. I approve.
Libby?
Libby, and I approve.
Jessica? I know she had to step out of the meeting earlier. Amy?
Amy, and I approve.
Okay. Danny?
Danny did send back in the chat box that he approves, and I think he's still having some video audio issue.
Oh, okay, great. I do see it now. Thanks. Brandy?
This is Brandy speaking, and I approve.
Kim?
Kim Chevalier, and approve.
Ravon?
Ravon Sims, I approve.
Greta?
This is Greta, and I approve.
Barry? Brent?
This is Brent. I approve.
And I approve as well. The next item that we need to talk about is our officers for next year, and I do think we need to go ahead and vote on our officer group, a slate of officers. We will, this group will start July 1, so we don't meet again until August. And so we're going to need to go ahead, and we talked about the slate of officers, and we have our president, or does somebody I know you guys worked on the slate last time, but for president, we have Melissa. And for vice president, we had Ravon. And then for secretary, we have Brandy. And we do need to make a decision, or vote on this slate. Do we have any other people that would like to be considered? Okay, do I hear a motion to accept this slate of officers for next year?
This is Kim Chevalier. I make the motion.
This is Eric, and I'll second it.
Okay. The motion has been made and seconded. We need to call for a vote, and I need to do that individually as well, just like we did for the minutes. So all in favor, we have to do it individually. So if you're in favor of this slate of officers for the next year, sorry. Yes, did somebody? Hello?
I think they're just getting their microphone ready to speak.
Okay, awesome. All right, Anita? Are you in favor of this group of officers for next year? Okay. Eric?
Eric says yes.
Libby?
Libby says yes.
Jessica?
Jessica.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, I typed that I'm in favor of it. My Wi-Fi is really bad right now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Amy?
This is Amy, and I'm in favor of it.
Danny?
Is in favor. He typed in the chat box again.
Okay, great. Brandy?
This is Brandy speaking. Yes, approve.
Okay, and I approve as well. Kim?
Yes, Kim Chevalier, aye.
Revon?
This is Ravon. I'm in favor.
Greta?
This is Greta, and I vote yes.
Barry? Brent?
This is Brent. I approve.
Okay, I'm going to double check and make sure we have a quorum. We do, thank you. Thank goodness. Okay. Brandy, you may have well, it was unanimous. It was unanimous. So welcome to and congratulations to the new officers for next year. We look forward to working together with you. I'm sure I can speak for all of us, but I look forward to that. And let's see, other business that we need to discuss. Any other business at this time?
Lisa, I would like for us to talk about the open forum, if that would be okay.
Yes, absolutely.
And so as we're getting used to this new virtual environment, you're noticing some of the actions that we have to take a little bit extra, like the voting and so forth, but we want to make sure that we're making communication and contact accessible for everyone. And that's difficult to do when you don't necessarily see everyone on the screen at the same time. And so I appreciate your patience with that, because it may seem like an extra step, but it really is getting your input. And so for the open forum, Lisa and I have briefly talked that we feel like this might be an opportunity to increase and encourage folks to participate in our open forum, because as you are aware, we have had a difficulty in having people participate in the past. And so I just want you to think about how this opportunity may be added or included, or kind of a hybrid approach with what we do in the future. Of course, face-to-face is best, because we're able to see folks with us. But I think it may encourage some folks to offer their ideas and feedback if, they may not be able to access where we're at physically. So I just wanted to hear some of your all's ideas about the open forum as we approach it, and what you think about it.
I'd welcome it, Joe. It's Eric. Would we have some type of camera set up wherever we meet, and then allow, doing it in a hybrid way? How do you foresee doing it?
Yeah, I think wherever we're at, we will just have a camera set up. And so it will have all of us on the camera at once. And then if anybody wanted to participate in the Microsoft Teams link, they would just join via their camera or their audio. And that way they give us an opportunity to hear what they have to say. And so one thing we have to be careful about is the Wi-Fi and the internet signal in places that we go. We need to ensure there's a good signal. But if we have that, I think we could figure it out.
Oh, I love the idea. Maybe we could, for people that don't have Wi-Fi access, we could encourage them to go to their local public library, or I don't know if the libraries have access or not, but trying to figure out how to provide access for folks that don't have it, at their residence. That would be good too.
Yeah, great idea. I think we could partner with our cooperatives also, and the cooperatives could help identify even some locations at some schools within their region. And so the main thing is getting the word out and helping parents understand really what the open forum purpose is for. And then I know this open forum, it's going to be a little bit difficult because it's kind of a new area and people may not be used to understanding that's where they go. But what I'm wanting to think about is if we're able to kind of work through this and learn how this online experience works, we could use this to communicate better to folks and maybe give them an opportunity to provide some input in some new ways. And so just like schools and districts are learning right now, I think we can learn on how to use this platform.
I agree. I actually shared the brochure that you've sent with my with our co-op director, and I'm sure that she has an ability to get that out to the doses in the area, the directors of special ed, and then they can then forward that out to the teachers. So I'm sure there's a network that we could set up.
I think, this is Lisa, I think that we should capitalize on the moment that we have in time, because there are probably more Zoom meetings, Microsoft Teams meetings, and all kinds of different things going on for students and families and whoever are meeting together like this, and the technology part of it won't be so scary, because if you've been doing this a little bit during this time, it would maybe be a really good opportunity for us to offer to do the meetings this way. And in terms of having a child, a multiply disabled child, to get ready to go to a meeting that's several minutes away, maybe an hour away from your home, to speak for 10 minutes, I can see why it can be a little bit intimidating and a little bit overwhelming for some families, but they would be able to do this from their homes, many of them, and some of them maybe a short distance from their homes in order to access Wi-Fi. But I think it's a great opportunity for us to capitalize on. If we can have that opportunity now, might be a good time. How do others feel about it?
This is Brandy speaking. I think it's a great opportunity. I like the idea. I'm excited. I hope we hear from some people today.
Today may be a great way for us to kind of gauge it a little bit. I was hoping that we'd have more of course, schools are not in session, so I'm hoping that people were able to get the notices in their homes. But hopefully this will be a great opportunity. We'll see if it makes a big difference or not. You know, hopefully we can see today.
Another thing to consider is continuing to promote that folks also can submit or send in information through email or to you as members, and we can include that, we can read that. And so just mainly want us to make sure that people know what the open forum is used for and that it is accessible for everyone.
I'm sorry, Joe, how do
I was
we?
just going to say thanks. Go ahead.
I was just saying, how currently is it communicated with families? I know that we blast it out whenever we get the notices and things, but in terms of a local district, maybe what kind of things are, I know we probably can only get a few examples from people who are represented here on the panel, but for the most part, how is that information being passed on to families right now?
Good question. So we meet with our co-op directors once a month. It's called the Cooperative Network Meeting. And so I always mention to them to encourage sending out the information to their districts so they get the information. It's also sent out on our Director of Special Education listserv. And so we send that information out in advance. And then we encourage our directors of special education to pass this along. So I feel like the message is getting out there. The part that I feel like that parents are a little bit leery to understand what their role and what their purpose is in what we're trying to achieve. And I think many of them may not see the open forum as an avenue that they need to be at. Whereas if we make the experience a little more easier for them, they may be more apt to, participate. Social media is also another really good avenue. I know that in the past, some of our members have sent out the flyers on Facebook and other areas. And so that would be an area that we probably would need to improve on. I know we've talked a few times about having a communications committee and really strengthening some of our efforts, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
Should we form a committee? Do you all want to form a communications committee? We kind of talked about a committee last time, and that was, you all correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have that in front of me right now, but we formed a committee to kind of look at, to look at communication and kind of the language. We kind of also were talking about the language on this website. Did we help me remember, you guys, what my age is showing here? Help me remember what our committee that we did set up and what the charge of that committee was. The old brain. Lots going on.
It's Barry Lee. If we go back to a few years ago when we were established, we started the communications team. I think it was, and that's when we started the Facebook page that Tricia was overseeing and sending the information out with that. I would say over probably the past year, it's kind of slowed down a little bit. In the beginning, when we were just establishing and getting new bylaws and things, we were able to get some things put in place.
So yes, we do have a communications website, or we did have a website, and Tricia herself had said that she was not able to be as active as she had been in the past, but that certainly would be a way to keep people updated on what this committee does and what we're doing. Of course, they can access all of these meetings and I guess this recording on the media, the KDE media portal. So what does the group want to do? Do you want to establish a committee to actually work on this? Who all was on that committee, Barry? Do you remember?
I don't. I'm trying to look back through some of my documents to see. I'm not sure if Julie may have been on. No, Julie and Danny we put on, and Kim were on the nominating committee. And
This is Ravon, and I had volunteered to be on that committee.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think that will be that committee, the work of that committee. If we can reestablish it or kind of rededicate ourselves to that mission, I think committee work can sometimes really push things forward. It's easy for us to get kind of lost in between meetings, as I have a time or two. But I think that having a committee might really help with an actual task of getting this way of doing our meetings or our public forums. That might be a really good task for that committee, is to really communicate a new way of having our forums, and maybe even more information about how to effectively how to know what their input could be to this committee, why that's valuable to this committee, why that's valuable to the state of Kentucky. And so would you all be in favor of our having that committee revisited and revised and get either those who were on that committee recommit to that, or getting a new committee going for this task? Is anyone in favor of that, of our having that committee, reestablishing that committee, a communications committee? The task would be to actually get communication about what this group does, but also getting information out to families and others about how to publicly participate in the forums, the new medium that we plan to use, and getting that word out.
Lisa, this is Ravon, and I think having a communications committee would be hugely beneficial in getting the information out to parents, because for a large part, I think some of them just don't know what it is or what the purpose is. And even though the information goes to the director of special education throughout the districts, I can say as a parent, I've only received the flyer from that special education one time. One time have I ever received that flyer directly from the director of special education, and I've seen it on the school district social media page maybe once. So I think the information is there, but I think it's really scarce in how the parents are getting it. And if it's coming electronically, I'll go back to some of the conversation that we're having. Some parents don't have that accessibility for the technology. So what other way are they getting it if it's not coming through the technology? So I think it's a really good idea. I don't think you can go wrong with it. And yeah, I think it would be sort of a really good purpose.
Thank you. Volunteer for that committee.
Sorry, this is Jessica Duenas from Jefferson County Schools. So I hope you guys can hear me. I have some background noise going on, but hold on, I need to move so in terms of a communications committee, I would happily help be a part of that. I run my school's Facebook account, and one of the biggest things that I've noticed in terms of communicating with families is Facebook is probably one of the most effective things. I feel like parents tend to check Facebook more than they will check emails. And, when a page is really active, families really engage and interact with it. So I would definitely be happy to help, just because that's a lot of what I do in terms of like my side gig at school is the communications piece.
That is perfect. That's wonderful. So 2 volunteers. Ravon, I put you down as a volunteer as well.
This is Brandy. I'm happy to help too in any way.
Awesome. Anyone else wish to be a part of that committee?
I'm happy to help as well. This is Eric.
Okay.
And Lisa, you may want to reach out to Tricia to get the information, current information about the Facebook page. And if we need to, we can create a new one. But if she has the information, might be able to pass that along to our committee, and then they can take it from there.
Awesome. That's good. Good point. Good point. And Tricia had at some point, she had said that she regretted that she wasn't able to do as much with it as she had hoped. I think some changes at home, and so I'll get that information from her, and we can get you guys started on your task of getting that. I think someone being in charge of that Facebook page would be marvelous. And I think that's a great way to kind of move this forward. So we have established a committee, a communications committee. Everybody,
Lisa,
yes.
This is Barry. I just want to mention, I think I'm an admin on the Facebook page as well.
Okay.
And so we could transfer, you would have to run it through your personal Facebook email account, but I could add whoever would like onto that and then just notify Trish as well.
Okay. All right. So you've got admin privileges as well. Okay.
Thanks for that, Barry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Other business that we need to discuss. Anyone? So we can go ahead and talk about our next meeting will be August 6th through the 6th and 7th. Of course, we have no idea at this moment exactly where that will be and how, in what way that will be meeting. Hopefully, have some. We'll get back some of the freedoms that we've had in the past, and hopefully we will be able to meet in person. However, the next meeting is scheduled for the 6th and 7th. We're originally, and then a future meeting would be November 22nd and 24th, and that one usually is in conjunction with the SACEC conference. In Louisville, usually in Louisville. So that's kind of upcoming meetings, the plan for that. Any other items that anyone has? Questions, comments, follow up on anything?
Lisa, this is Joe.
Yes.
I can just give you a quick little update on KDE and our advisory groups. Karen Dodd is actually in our meeting with us today, and her responsibility is to work with all of our KDE advisory groups. And so she has been facilitating the process of getting us organized with common templates for notes and so forth. And so she has also helped us coordinate topics such as today with David and Amanda. And so that will be our plan going forward, to have a consistent process. And we will be discussing, if we're still facing a time where we do virtual meetings, then Karen will help us all get coordinated on what we need to do. And it's went very smoothly today. I think it's went very well, and thanks to our tech team also. But just to give you a sense for where we're headed, we're hopeful we can meet face to face in August. But if we don't, just be reassured that Karen will help us get together and organize well.
Yes, I think this has gone really well today. I did think of one other thing, and I think I know the answer to this question. Many of us have terms that are expiring, and I'm sure the governor's office has many more things to be concerned about right now. But any word back on whether people have been reappointed or any information about terms or anything like that that you know of? Anybody?
So Lisa, this
Yes.
this is one that Greta and Carol Ann and I will need to follow up on.
Okay.
And Carol Ann is our new policy advisor, and of course you remember Tracy Goff Herman was our previous policy advisor, and now she has been elevated to be the policy advisor for KDE. And so we're just continuing to work with Carol Ann and Tracy to communicate to the governor's office expectations. And so we just continue to operate as is until we're given further guidance. And we just really appreciate the patience of all the members to hang with us. This is a great group of folks. I really enjoy hearing your thoughts and ideas. And so we've actually been fortunate enough to continue to keep going. And keep in mind, we did request that 6 out of the 7 whose terms expired to continue. So, and we'll continue to seek guidance, and we'll let you know as soon as we hear anything. But that's kind of the latest that we have on that information.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the update. Does anybody have any other business before we adjourn? We do have our open forum at 2:30, so that gives us a little bit of a break. Or does anyone have any other items of business that we need to discuss or attend to? Okay, if not, do I hear a motion for adjournment?
This is Brent. I move to adjourn.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second by Barry Lee.
Okay, all in favor, here we go. Favor of adjournment. Anita?
I'm in favor.
Eric?
Aye.
Libby?
Yes, ma'am.
Jessica?
Yes, aye.
Okay, thank you. Amy?
I'm in favor.
Danny? Okay, he says in favor. Brandy?
Yes.
Kim?
Kim Chevalier, aye.
Ravon?
Ravon Sims, I'm in favor.
Greta?
This is Greta Hilton, and I'm in favor.
Barry?
Barry Lee, I'm in favor.
Brent?
Aye.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so much for your participation and your patience as I have gotten used to some of the technology, and we appreciate all that you're doing in your little pockets of the world, and I appreciate everything that you guys have been and continue to do to support individuals with disabilities in Kentucky. So thanks so much. We will, in a few moments, begin the meeting. Will we just stay on, or do we leave the meeting and then come back on?
So I'm going to leave that up to you all, but I'm going to jump back on here, the same link at about 2:15, and then be ready for the open forum. Lisa will read the opening statement, and then just like what we did by calling roll, she will do the same thing. It will also be good for each of you to, again, state what member group you represent. And then after she reads the statement, you all introduce yourselves and say who you represent. Then she will open it up for comments. Carol Ann is checking Go Soapbox for us, so she will let us know of anybody on there. Nobody has contacted me directly to speak, so we will be dependent upon who is actually in the KDE Media portal and who provides some information. And then at the end, Lisa will read the closing statement, and that will be the end. So any questions on that, Lisa?
No, the only question I have is if someone is to speak, can we get their information, their name, their address, contact information, or will they need to provide that to us through chat box? How will that?
We will need to get their email information because we at least send them a follow-up thanking them for attending the open forum. And so I'm glad you mentioned that, because we will, for anybody who would like to provide information, ask a question or speak, we will get their email address.
So you'll get that, Joe, or am I supposed to get that? This is Brandy speaking.
And Brandy on site, typically that was what you would do. You would just take that notepad to them and ask for their email address. So we'll just make sure that they put it in the chat. So between me and you, if you can make an effort to do that, and then I will make sure and try to help also.
Okay, great. The chat box is private, right? I don't know.
We are good to begin.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Federal regulations under the 2004 Individuals with Disabilities Education Act mandate that each state has a state advisory panel for exceptional children. The purpose of the panel is to advise and assist the Department of Education regarding the provision of appropriate services for children aged 3 to 21. As a result of Executive Order 2017-364, the Governor of Kentucky has appointed members of the State Advisory Council for Exceptional Children, SACEC. A majority of the members must be parents of children with disabilities or persons with disabilities. Others must be individuals involved in or concerned with the education of children with disabilities. The meetings of the council are held across the Commonwealth to allow for statewide public input. The bylaws of the council require public hearings, and one is held during each quarterly meeting. The secretary of the council will take notes of the comments made during the public hearing. These comments are reviewed by the at-large council directly after the public hearing and are assigned to the appropriate SACEC committee for thoughtful discussion and deliberation. The designated SACEC committee will determine on a case-by-case basis what follow-up, if any, is appropriate and will share its thoughts with the at-large council at the next general business session. In some cases, the council may request that the Kentucky Department of Education or other entity respond. During the public hearing, the role of the council members is solely to listen to what you have to say. Members of the council do not respond or offer solutions to public commentary at this particular time. If you choose to speak to the council, please state your name. For confidentiality reasons, please speak only about your child and do not mention others by name. You may also comment upon special education issues in a general way. The council members will now introduce themselves, and then each of you will have an opportunity to speak to the council. So I'll go through the roll again so that each person has an opportunity to introduce themselves and tell who you represent on the panel. Anita Dowd.
Hi, I'm Anita Dowd, and I represent individuals with disabilities.
Eric Umstead.
Hi, I'm Eric Umstead. I represent post-secondary institutions that train special education teachers.
Libby Suttles.
Hello, I'm Libby Settles, and I'm the Executive Director of Wilderness Trace Child Development Center, and we serve children birth through 5 who are exceptional kids.
Jessica Duenas. I'm so sorry.
Hi, I'm Jessica Duenas, and I represent secondary educators for students with disabilities, and I am a teacher in Jefferson County Schools.
Amy Folker.
Hi, I'm Amy Folker. I'm from Frankfort, Kentucky, and I represent parents of children with learning disabilities.
Danny Hughes. Brandy Hitzelberger.
Hi, my name is Brandy Hitzelberger, and I live in Louisville, Kentucky, and I represent parents of exceptional children.
Kim Chevalier.
Good afternoon, it's Kim Chevalier, and I am the Chief of Exceptional Child Education at Jefferson County Schools, representing public school systems.
Ravon Sims.
Hello, I'm Ravon Sims. I'm the Director for the Division of Education, and I represent adult corrections, and I also represent parents of children with exceptional needs.
Greta Hilton.
Good afternoon. I'm Greta Hilton with the Office of Special Education and Early Learning at the Department of Education, and I represent the financial responsibilities of the IDEA as well as the McKinney-Vento Act to homeless youth.
Barry Lee. Brent Hutchinson.
This is Brent Hutchinson. I'm the former executive director of the Hindman Settlement School, and I represent public charter and private schools.
Thank you. Does anyone care to address the panel?
And at this time, Carol Ann, do we have any questions or any comments from Go Soapbox?
I don't see any on there right now, but I will share if anybody is watching that I think they are posting the link there for Go Soapbox. So if you go there and enter the code SACEC, you can join and you can post your questions or comments there, and we will read them out loud to the council as you post them.
So we will wait for a few minutes to see if anyone addresses the panel or has messages for us. Silence. It's very difficult for me.
Lisa, I think Barry Lee has joined us.
Okay, Barry, if you would be so kind to introduce yourself and who you represent on the panel.
My name is Barry Lee. I'm Director of Special Education Programs for the Casey County School System, and also serve for business and other organizations interested in students with disabilities, and also past chair of the State Advisory Council for Exceptional Children.
Thank you. We are waiting to see if anyone wishes to address the panel. Any other messages on Go Soapbox?
No, not at this time. I'm trying to refresh and just refresh the browser and make sure I didn't miss anything.
Okay, thank you.
There are no messages or questions.
Okay, thank you.
So Lisa, we at least know the technology works, and this is kind of how the virtual open forum would work. And now we just need to make sure that our communication committee can do a good job of spreading the word and trying to get some folks to know that their voice would like to be heard before the council.
That's great. Well, without any further, you think we've given folks enough time?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't look for many participants to be here, but I had one person contact me through email, and I asked if they would like to speak so I could send them the Microsoft Teams link, and they chose not to. They just said they wanted to listen on the KDE Media portal.
Okay, great. Well, I hope that person joined us. If no one else wishes to make comments to the council, please know that the council appreciates each of you attending this public hearing and offering your comments. A list of dates, times, and locations for upcoming council meetings can be found on the KDE website. You may also pick up a paper copy of this information. You may get an email copy of this information before leaving today. As chair of the State Advisory Council, I declare this public
Wait a
hearing.
minute. We do have a question, Lisa. Sorry.
Yes. Oh, okay, great. Okay.
Sorry. There's one question on there, and it says, curious, what is the state doing during NTI for accessibility to children?
It's a very interesting question that's been answered several different ways today and different times.
And so, Carol Ann, I think that, can you just respond to say the council members, the role is solely to listen, and would they like to provide any input on how NTI is going for them possibly? No, I appreciate your help.
Okay, I don't think I can respond. Sure, I don't think I can respond directly on here, but hopefully they heard you and they can add any additional information if they would like.
Yeah, so just to reiterate that one more time for those listening on the KDE Media portal, the purpose of the open forum is to provide an opportunity for parents, community members, and others to really have an opportunity to ask questions or to bring up issues or concerns. And it really helps the state advisory group understand what sort of issues they need to be working on. And we definitely know that the state it is facing some challenges during non-traditional instruction, especially for students with disabilities and accessibility. And so if you would like to provide some more input for us, well, you could please type in Go Soapbox what some of those challenges you're facing may have been. And if you are still listening, thank you so much for asking a question. At least we had one.
Any other questions or comments from the person that is listening?
Well, sorry to interrupt you on that, Lisa, but I wanted to get that one question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much.
That's all I'll have to be posted right now, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. Well, at this point, I think we declare this public hearing closed. Thank you all so very much for your attention, and it's good to see everyone. Stay healthy and stay safe.